We'll call the March 15th City Council meeting to order. Commissioner Nesta, will you do the invocation pledge and fact of the day, please?
Sure. Bow your heads, please. Lord, thank you for bringing us in this room together today. Please provide us with wisdom and knowledge to do our best for the residents, for our staff, and for our future residents as well. Let us be good stewards of our funds, as well as our future residents as well. In your name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Fact of the day. On March 15th, 1869, Cincinnati attorney Aaron Champion hires former cricket player Harry Wright to organize, manage, and play for the Cincinnati Red Stockings, who become the first professional baseball team. The organization of the club comes shortly after the National Association of Baseball Players, which had previously banned the payment of players, allows open professionalism after the close of the 1868 season. Harry Wright, given roughly $10,000 to assemble the best team money could buy, signed his younger brother George to a team high $1,400 salary. In addition to managing, Harry Wright played center field and pitched. He was the second highest paid player on the roster with a $1,200 salary. Known as the father of professional baseball, Harry was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1953. George was inducted in 1937. Fact of the day.
Thank you, Commissioner Nesta. All right, we've needed the approval of the minutes. Any corrections or not, look for motion to approve?
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Michael, anything on the agenda need to be moved down?
Not to my knowledge, no changes to the agenda.
Okay, all right. First up, I know it was not on the original agenda, it went out on Friday, but based on the banking crisis we had over the weekend, I thought it best be to have Blanche Sherman come up and kind of give us a kind of a recap on our investments, kind of the overview of the banking and how it relates to the city of Apopka. So Blanche,
Thank
I
you.
know, thank you for putting this all together in just a couple of days.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you so much. As the Mayor just mentioned, due to the recent events, I do want to give you an update on any impact that this may have had on the city of Apopka. Again, the recent crisis with Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and Silvergate Bank, again, that collapse, they actually those banks focused on venture capital startups and some crypto funds. It really has no impact on the city of Apopka. They did not have a diversification strategy in their investments. And also, they bought longer-term investments that took massive losses when they were forced to sell those investments. Again, the city of Apopka is unaffected by these banks and have no direct exposure to what occurred with those banks. The city's investments and banking institutions are Florida qualified public depository banks. They have conservative operating principles, good liquidity positions, and well-capitalized and diversified. To be a Florida qualified public depository, that means that we have FDIC insurance up to $250,000 per account. The financial institution must meet certain financial thresholds with regard to safety, soundness, and risk. In addition, they are collateralized pursuant to the Public Depository Act of the state of Florida. That there are certain parts of that statute that secure our position. Florida Statutes 280.03, which requires the public funds be in a public depository bank, and 280.04, that determines the levels that the banks are required to have in regards to additional security. 2.0807, after that level has been covered, there's additional requirements considered to be a contingent liability that is required for all of the banks in that pool. And 280.08 is the process that the state will implement should they have to assess other banks to cover anything that the current bank does not cover. The qualified public depositories are assigned a score of 0 to 100 that determines how much they must collateralize or must pledge as a security for the deposits. The three banks that we use, Synovus Bank, One Florida Bank, and Seacoast National Bank, are all considered, qualified public depository banks. Synovus Bank has a score of basically 100. They have one of the highest scores, so their level of additional security is 25%. That additional 75% is covered in that contingent liability. One Florida Bank is 65%, so they have to collateralize 50% of the funds that are in that bank. The other 50% is covered by the contingent liability. Seacoast National Bank has a score of 80%, and they're probably around the 25% as well. So just to recap, again, the city funds are unaffected by the collapse of the Signature Bank, Silicon Valley Bank, and Silvergate Bank. We have no direct exposure. We will continue to closely monitor our investments and all of our financial funds in the banks. And we plan to select an investment advisor within the next few weeks to support and guide the staff with investment decisions.
Okay, thank you, Blanche. Any questions for Blanche?
I have a few questions. In your report, and I appreciate you do knocking this out so quickly. Couple points. You had said that the other banks that had collapsed had no diversification strategy, and that the banks that we're using do have a conservative operating principle guideline. I guess, how do we know that?
Again, I talked to each bank, and the reason why I'm comfortable with it, because again, they are qualified as a qualified public depository bank. They must provide monthly reports to the state. They are highly scrutinized by the state on a monthly basis. Should they fall below that criteria, they will raise their level of collateral or basically push them out. And they will no longer be eligible as a qualified public depository.
So we don't have, when you say conservative, there's not a definition for you for that.
Well, the word conservative means not as risky. They don't go into the high risk things, they kind of moderate. They try to make sure, we have the liquidity that we need.
Now, and then in reference to the actual QPD scores, is Synovus and Seacoast, is that like the highest you can get basically? Or are they,
Yeah.
they the most preferred?
That 25% is the highest.
Like the best you can do?
Yeah.
Okay. So would it be beneficial to look into having that third account, try to upgrade to that in some capacity? How do we get to have all of our accounts
At
at that
level.
most protected level?
Again, we don't rate the banks, the state does.
Sure.
So, and it still meets the criteria as a qualified public depository bank, and again, there's a contingent liability, as I just mentioned, regardless if it's 50 or 75 or 100, that remainder is covered. And all banks are liable for that remainder.
I understand. And although insurance is great, it's how long does it take to get my money back? And I think the kind of the most important thing is making sure that not just return on investment, but return of investment is the key that I want to make sure we're getting. So having this information is good, and I do appreciate that. Right now, we're not directly affected by this, but at some point, the market is changing, economics are changing within our economic climate. So I think with One Florida Bank, that one, if we can either have them, I know the state is who's scoring them, if they can somehow get rescored to build a little more confidence in our money being there, or if we need to adjust in some capacity as well. And then the other one, just obviously the investment advisor is one that I kind of brought up, and I'm huge on. I'm excited to be able to get somebody in there because every day that we're not maximizing our returns, we're leaving money on the table. So thousands of dollars every single day. So can we? I know that we had discussed, and it says in here too, within a few weeks we'll get somebody lined up. What's that? I guess what's our new deadlines and what does that look like? When can we expect it to be in front of us?
We extended it, again, you know why. We extended it to make sure that we do get competitive quotes. Right now, we only have really just one competitive quote, and we're trying to get other quotes and allow time for one of the proposals to provide the information that was requested. So we extended it like to not give them the weekend. It was going to be March 31st, but that Monday.
Okay, so April's 3rd.
Third, I think.
Okay, okay, perfect. So then should we expect that on our first meeting then of April? Is it that quick of a
We can
turnaround?
bring it back, but we're technically not required to bring it back because it is under 50.
Gotcha, okay. Okay. Well, I would definitely be interested, and I would prefer, and it depends what the council's majority feels, but I would prefer to have it brought back to us just so we can review it, kind of vet it ourselves as well.
Understand?
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Smith? Okay, Commissioner Becker?
I think Commissioner Ness's point was going this direction, but I'm assuming Silicon, Signature, and Silvergate all had QPD scores before they collapsed.
I'm not
Or-
sure. I'm not
So
sure.
I think what he was getting at, and probably what I'm getting at too, is two of the three institutions are publicly traded or public companies. So I would assume that we have access to their annual reports, investor decks, things like that, so that we can inspect whether or not they're sound institutions to keep our cash deposits at. Do you know the rough percent breakdown between the three institutions
As far as funding, money that we have.
in terms of our
now,
deposits? Yeah.
most of our money is with Synovus. That's the highest. And in regards to Seacoast and One Florida, Seacoast is about 5.5, One Florida about 31.5, but the highest amount, about 85 mil, is with Synovus.
Yeah.
So wait, on Florida is 31.
No, I mean, the only other thing I would comment on is making sure that we have the best pricing possible. Obviously, we want to reduce risk or mitigate risk, but we also want to maximize the return that we get on those deposits. So are we confident that we have that at the institutions that we have?
Well, right now, Synovus is giving us 4.7. One Florida is about 4.10, and Seacoast is a CD, so that's very low. So we need to look at that. That's about 0.10. So it's been there for a while. So
When does that CD expire?
I think it's already expired. I got to look into it. We're in communications with them now.
And does our investment policy, I thought when I read it before, there's two ways in which we can kind of instruct money to go where it needs to go. One of which is the title is escaping me that you serve, the investment director or
Yeah. Officer. whatever.
officer. So one of the options is we get quotes from different banking institutions and we can go with the highest. Is there a requirement that they have to have a local presence within the city, a branch presence within the city of
I did see some language in there
Apopka?
that said that they prefer a local presence.
Prefer versus
Prefer.
required,
I think I saw preferred and that you can get an exception by coming to council.
right? Okay. Because in this rising rate environment, obviously, there's a lot of rates to be had in terms of these deposits. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Nope, the questions were answered and you gave me the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanche. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, Susan, public comment.
We have Dennis New.
Good evening, Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia Street. I've been coming to each of these meetings now for well over a year. In that time, I've heard citizens stand and express concerns over items like sidewalks, general infrastructure, and other issues. Last meeting, the firefighters union presented a vote of no confidence on Mr. Wylam, and the mayor's response summarized this entire administration. When asked what he was going to do, his reply was nothing. I just wonder if placing Mr. Wylam as the head of the fire department, what kind of deal with the devil was cut? Because his performance, his ability to lead the fire department, his ability to recognize issues seems to be lacking. Or is that the price he paid for promotion? Loss of integrity, loss of honesty, and loss of transparency. Then I figured, well, he blends right in with those who hired him. The death of a young man is not like a damaged apparatus. It's not like responding to the wrong address. It was then and continues to be a failure in leadership. So last meeting, I figured out why so many things are unanswered in that one word, nothing. What's the admin going to do about lack of sidewalks where children have to walk in the streets? Nothing. What's the admin going to do about city-owned property that's not up to code? Will they fine and punish taxpayers? Nothing. What's the admin going to do about the person they put in the leadership position at the fire department who could not stand right here at this podium and defend to improve the fire department? He had to be prompted by the commission. A man that should fight for his department and personnel. A man who failed Austin Duran, the firefighters and the taxpayers in regard to safety, training, and performance. Nothing. That's the answer. Nothing without being forced. What's the admin going to do about accepting responsibility in its failures that led to the death of this fine young man? Well, for lack of a better term, again, nothing until it's forced. As a tax-paying resident of this city, a third-generation Apopkan and a retired firefighter, I, for one, am ashamed of this administration and its handling of so many items. The actions of the admin have made this city the laughing stock across the state. Its handling of Austin Duran's death and so many other items has made our once proud city a source of comedy and shame. Again, it's time for the removal of Mr. Wylam. It's time for removal of the city attorney. And it's time for you to resign, Mayor Nelson.
Albert McKimmey.
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. Tonight I'm going to be brief. Tonight should be about Austin Duran's family. We've had for months had to suffer in silence and watch the travesty of justice that's been there today. So today I've only got two things to ask the commissioners. I've got two words. One is obstruction, one is corruption. This city administration is full of both. I would like you to look at that, please.
Megan Garcia.
Hello. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Megan Garcia. I grew up here in Apopka, and I plan to raise my kids here as well. My husband and I own a media company, and I am the director of advertising and marketing for the Apopka Voice. Contrary to what some believe, I am not a reporter. Most of my work with the Apopka Voice includes providing advertising services to local small businesses and nonprofits. The opportunity I have to connect with people and their passion is something I truly value and take great pride in. I am approaching the podium today to, on the record, make the commissioners and the community aware that for the second time, Mayor Nelson has given me a shout out. This time, not through a press release referring to me as the Apopka Voice reporter that worked on my opponent's campaign. Again, I am not a reporter, though that statement was rather flattering. Instead, this shout out came from his first personal Facebook page in the comment section of a public Facebook post shared by my employer. To reiterate the statement, the mayor of Apopka chose to leave under a Facebook link featuring the article the Apopka Voice published on March 6th, titled Part 2, The Pillars of a Successful City. Mayor Nelson commented, Reggie, one, is it acceptable to have one of your employees hassle a city employee at church about their own personal issue? Despite my boss, Reggie Connell, attempting to reach back out to gain clarity on what we think is a serious accusation, he has not received a response. As the only employee of the Apopka Voice, one could easily assume that I am in fact the person that he was referring to. In that case, it is very odd to me that the mayor of the city of Apopka, who would choose to write such an obscure Facebook comment accusing me of doing something I personally have no recollection of doing, though due to the lack of clarity on this statement, I'm not even sure what I was being accused of doing or saying. I would assume that someone with your busy schedule and as someone who holds such a high standard for integrity and truthful witness, you would have very little time to engage or possibly even fabricate outright lies, all while jeopardizing and discrediting the witness and reputation of a private citizen like myself, as I do both live and work here in Apopka. As the mayor of the second largest city in Central Florida, you set the tone for this community, whether you accept that reality or not. Anyone can look around and see the impact of your leadership. I am asking you to allow the position as the mayor of this city to carry a greater weight and reverence to what that means to you and your family's overall legacy, in addition to how the position in which you were elected to do affects and shapes this city. And in the future, if you would like to express concern about myself or my actions, I formally give you permission to reach out to me directly. I left a coffee mug on your desk right there in front of your screen that has my card inside of it. Thank you.
Rod Olson.
Rod Olson, 3156 Rolling Hills Lane in Apopka. Mayor, Commissioners, thanks again for everything you do for the city. Focus is me a little broad today. First, I was very critical of the condition of the fields out at Northwest Recreational Complex. And I know at least at this point, I think 2 of the commissioners have been out to see it, to see what I have. I had a meeting earlier this week, a very productive meeting with Radley and Donnie Rowland regarding the fields and their plans trying to move forward. And I made it clear to them as well that I plan to keep them, hold them accountable. There are many opportunities there. Some people call them problems, some call them opportunities. The heavy and increased usage. There's more team, more players utilizing the fields. We must be more effective in rotating the utilization. The fields used by the flag football teams up in the upper pads, destroyed. When I started coming here, actually 15 years ago, my daughter moved in, those fields were like greens. When I moved in 8 years ago and up until 2 years ago, they were more like fairways. Now it's like the rough. And if you don't believe me, go out and take a walk. Part of the problem is that inadequate downtime and unenforced downtime. That means when the field's posted as do not use, if you see people on it, we're supposed to get them off. We need to do that. We have heavy outside utilization. We should immediately cease to allow outside clubs to practice on our fields. When they're practicing on our fields, guess what their fields are doing? They're resting and they're being reseeded. We need to take a good look at our rental rates. Field rates are the same for both in and outside groups. We currently have with our non-for-profit soccer club here in Apopka, sometimes having home games 20 minutes away because fields aren't available here. Our local team should have priority. We need to review, survey all rates, compare ourselves to other parks. What are we charging? What are we aren't charging? Apopka groups should get the best rates. Consider it like the pavilions. The field rates are the same for everyone. Pavilions have a citizen rate, a non-citizen rate, a non-for-profit rate. I'm used to working with, when you have a citizen rate, 80% of your players must be from Apopka. If not, you pay the higher rate. We need to look at that. Our tournament deposits are $250. I dare any of you to walk around the park on Monday mornings after tournaments because it's a train wreck. And believe me, it's more than $250 that Radley has to pay his crew to pick up after that. And like most things, there are no simple answers or fixes. We need everyone's attention, help, and understanding. That means the coaches are coaching the U16 team. Why am I on the under 6 field today? Because you wear it differently. We need to look at that. Finally, I have one thing. I talked to you last week, or the last meeting, about development. I'll read this and I'll give you each a copy. Apopka City Council, before approving this proposed development, this is before every development, I affirm that 1, the citizens of Apopka will benefit. 2, the Apopka children will benefit. And this is starred, and I'll get to that in a moment. And 3, Apopka has the roads, sewer, and infrastructure to support it. The start area for the Apopka children, we should not be subjecting our kids to overcapacity in schools. 300 over at the high school, 200 over still at Wolf Lake Middle School. We should not be using the portables. Those trailers need to go. It won't be an easy fix. It won't be an immediate fix. But where Orange County Public Schools fails to hold the feet to the fire, our children should not be subject to being in trailers. Thank you.
Gail Duran.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Gail Duran, 908 Southern Oak Lane in Apopka. You know I don't speak very often. I try to make my words count, so I'm going to try my best to make it through this one today. I wanted to speak today to let everyone know how utterly disappointed we are as a family with the decision to leave this inept chief in this position. Time and time again, we've proven that he has not been able to step up and do the job that he has been hired to perform, but yet he remains in a position of authority without actually leading with any authority whatsoever. I do believe that the AFD was caught off guard by the recommendations of Gannon, that as a department they have always done what they did in the past and somehow assumed that that would be enough. But now, after a death has occurred, they are being scrutinized by other agencies, and time and again, they have been found overwhelmingly lacking. How can they even suggest, let alone argue and fight, that change isn't required? All the half-assed records, the lists, and the spreadsheets that they have attempted to keep up to date for their equipment, training, and standard operating procedures are overall pathetic and an epic failure. I understand that Wylam has sent an email to tell everyone that he will communicate better. Really? Is that what you think the department needs, is an email that says I'll email more? That is a severe misinterpretation of what is truly missing in his management abilities. The AFD needs someone who can take control over this situation and lead them. Do something to start to initiate the recommendations and minimum requirements to bring this department up to speed. Apopka needs a leader that has their best interests at heart, a manager that protects them and treats them with respect, not a man who sits in his office every day afraid to show his face to the people that he represents. I'm a manager. I would like to think that the 94 people that I represent respect me and trust that I will help them and defend them to the end. For me and my management style, which is a type A, by the way, I read what Gannon wrote and I immediately started to put my thoughts in action. Where's the low-hanging fruit? Who can I put on the team to tackle these items? Who's my best mentor? Who's my trainer? Who can help me write and fix all of these items? Let's arrange them in order of importance, but do something. That's what I would do. What did they do? They turned around and put legal response in place to refute their findings with no real argument, but based on semantics and hurt feelings. I do understand that they have now accepted the Gannon report. But if all you do is look at the current management team, then you have already failed because they are the ones that let you down in the first place. I hope today we get to hear Wylam's plan, that Wylam can actually verbalize it and speak to it, that he'll be able to answer the questions intelligently, and that he will be able to actually speak in his own words and not just read somebody else's words verbatim. In my past, I have also dealt with consultants. Their job is to find things wrong. If a consultant goes into a business and finds nothing, then they haven't looked hard enough. After any consultant, they will also offer solutions as well. What can they help you with? Where do you want assistance? What can we do to help you implement everything you need to be successful? They know the rules, they know the laws, they know their standard operating procedures. Gannon's knowledge is solid. Our recommendation is to hire Gannon Services in some capacity to help this chief get done what he needs to get done to fix what's wrong in their department. And it wasn't one or two things that were wrong. There were 6 major items and over 20 other items that needed attention. I don't believe that anybody in this room believes that this chief can make all of these changes on his own, that he can organize, define, and create the procedures that need to be started for them to be in compliance. We already saw the shortages from the fire marshal report 5 months ago, and nothing has been changed since then. Now we see the Gannon report with a slew of minimum requirements not met, and although it hasn't been received yet, I'm sure the NIOSH report will not be giving a glowing review either. I can't believe as a city we would say that it's too much money, that $150,000 is worth another accident. I struggle with even calling it an accident and believe it isn't an accident if it is avoidable, that the training and education could have made a difference for my son, and that struggle with this accident will continue for the rest of my life, and exactly why we are fighting now for improvements for everyone else. Change your investment choices. I like what Nick said. Put some money someplace else to get the extra 50 grand a month. Get it covered. Cut someplace else. Find the money. Hire Gannon. Let's make the needed changes to turn this thing around, protect our firefighters, and set the city of Apopka apart from the others. Please make the motion for Gannon today. Thank you.
Michael Duran.
Mike Duran, Claremont. Today's the 15th. Austin passed away on July 15th, 2022. 8 months. It is so disturbing to me that our family still has to struggle with our own fight, that we still have to come here and struggle with the city. It seems like they just don't care. I have 3 steps that I encourage the city to take. Please keep in mind, the last city council meeting, the fire union, which makes up a whopping 90% of your firefighters, voted with an 85% no confidence that their fire chief does not possess the ability, the foresight to take charge of necessary change in our department. No confidence. What does that mean? It means that our firefighters are being put in a dangerous situation. Their job requires them to take risk, and they're now being expected to work under a leader that they have no confidence and no trust. We are literally putting our firefighters in the fire. I want to amplify that the union's vote in last city council meeting provoked a response from the fire chief to make a statement. In his statement, he promised that he received the message loud and clear, that he would increase the communication with his firefighters. This all sounds good on paper. It's another falsehood and half truth. 2 weeks ago, your firefighters came to you and they told you that they do not trust this man. And the mayor says that nothing will be done. Do you realize the fire chief has not yet reached out to our union? He promised that he heard loud and clear and he would increase his communication. The fact of the matter is there is zero communication. He continues to come here and puts out statements and speak at these meetings with no real plan, no real concern of what is really happening in our department. I encourage you, city commissioners and Mr. Mayor, to take 3 steps for real change that this city really can be proud of. Commissioners, during the time that Austin was fighting for his life, our union's president was here in these chambers fighting another fight with his own chief. He was fighting for changes, for additions, training, safety, and additional personnel. Our own fire chief was absent. I was here, he wasn't. In many crucial moments in this chamber where he should have been most present. With the help of our firefighters, our union's president, and you, commissioners, were able to add the sole training and safety chief and 18 firefighters, 20 positions. It was you, commissioners, that took a stand that we will no longer ignore what is needed. With the budget that was done, you took charge of it and changed it. You hired the positions, you got the funding. However, you are not yet done. You have a voice and you have a vote. I am asking, your firefighters are asking to hire one more position, Gannon Services. We hired him to come in and tell us what we were doing wrong. We trusted that he would produce a full and complete report. He did exactly what you hired and trusted him to do. Don't stop. Step 1, let Gannon come in and do what they do. They are, and I quote from our fire chief, subject matter experts. We must hire Gannon Services. His company is known globally He's worked around the world. He's respected around the world. We'd be lucky to have him. And we can trust that he will get the job done. You have a voice, and you have the power, and you have your vote. Step 2, install a system today that allows our union representative I want to remind you that he is elected. He's not appointed. He is an elected official of our union to come in here and have a seat at the table when it comes time to make presentations on training and safety and whatever else, workshops that we have, that our union president that is in charge of 90% of our workforce, he should be involved. When the fire chief comes in and makes a presentation of any kind to the city, do we really know what he's saying? Mr. Mayor, you even said yourself when he said, hey, you got to dumb it down. You talk about SOGs and SOPs and ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. Do we know what a training tower is at the training center? We're not firefighters. It is imperative that we need to put another set of eyes on this. We need more diversity in our department. We cannot trust the fire chief to bring these presentations to us and understand what he is talking about. We have no confidence. What more proof do we need? The death of my son proves it all. Step 3, install a system today that allows our union representative, again, that's elected and not appointed by the vast majority of our firefighters, to speak at city council and not during public comment. It is shameful that our public official is limited to public comments when he must compress valuable information and concerns in a measly 4 minutes of time. By installing these 3 steps, this will lead to less negativity in social and local media. By installing these 3 steps, we'll not only rebuild our department, but regain lost trust within our city. We failed ourselves, and we failed our firefighters, and most importantly, we failed my son. He would be proud and honored that he was voted Firefighter of the Year. What would truly honor him and his legacy is to build back a department that he would be proud of. Thank you.
Sierra Durant.
Sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. Take your time.
Hi, my name is Sierra Duran,
Don't put the
and I am Austin Duran's sister. I'm just warning you, I have a hard time public speaking. Especially when it's about something so difficult. I'm up here to remind you all why my family and I are here. Throughout all the council meetings, it seems like Austin is getting lost. The fire department, the fault of the city and the fire department are getting lost. And I just want to remind you all who Austin was to me. Austin and I grew up together. When he was in 8th grade and I was in 6th. Our classes were across the hall from each other, and I would wait for him every day. I would wait for him every day to walk with him after class and to the next one. Being his little sister, this sometimes annoyed him.
As normal siblings, we would fight and argue and go weeks without talking to each other. I would scream at him on the top of my lungs, and he would laugh like I was joking. To make up for this, Austin would buy me food or snacks or candy and leave an apology note. Austin would make sure I felt included. He would make sure I was on his team for kickball. He would make sure I had the best hiding spot when we played manhunt. And as we got older, he would take me to all the car meets with his friends. People started saying that we looked the same, and as a younger sister who viewed her brother as her enemy, I was disgusted by this comment. Over the past 8 months, it's something that I now cherish. Austin became my best friend. He would sit in my room hours into the night, just talking, sometimes even annoying me. He was someone that hated going anywhere alone. He would drag me everywhere with him. He was gentle, he was strong and compassionate, all at the same time. He was someone worth knowing. Seeing him in the hospital, suffering for 15 days, listening to the monitors beeping or going off, watching him flailing in bed in pain, moaning, sweating, shivering, to him trying to sit up, to him being itchy, to him trying to talk, to him trying to rip the ventilator out, still feeling the sand in his hair, is haunting to this day. Anyone with a sense of empathy or any type of moral compass can understand the difficulty of this. I didn't want to say goodbye. I didn't want it to be real. And over those 15 days, I was watching him slip away, losing the person I've known my entire life. Austin was one of a kind. He was meticulous, hated doing things wrong, valued friendship and family, was compassionate. He was dedicated, a hard worker, eager to learn. He was constantly studying or training. Austin was always trying to be better. You would want your department filled with Austins. And that is what was lost. A brother, a son, a friend. Austin. Austin is gone. Losing Austin left a huge hole in me and everyone he came across. I cannot comprehend a life without Austin in it. Again, I am not good at this, not only public speaking, but talking about how I feel. Everyone that knew Austin has such a different relationship with him. I don't know how it feels. I don't know how you feel, but I know how it feels. Similar to the department, I now know what it's like to lose a brother. I'm struggling to stay afloat. I'm struggling to go to work every day, to maintain my relationships, to go out and have fun. I'm struggling to eat, to wake up, to be present. I'm struggling to be an only child. I'm struggling with the loss of my past, my future, and myself. I'm struggling with the loss of my brother, my best friend, and the person that I will miss the longest. I want everyone listening, I want every firefighter listening to understand that it's okay to be hurt, it's okay to be lost, and it's okay to ask for help. And I want everyone listening to understand the weight of what was lost and can never be regained.
Thank you for sharing.
That was very touching. Austin was a great kid. And I say young kid because he was young. And he loved the Apopka Fire Department. I lost my son 4 years ago now. At 35 years old. It was devastating. You remember the day. It about killed me. I never thought my life would change as much as it did. But it did. I have a total different outlook on life. There's a lot of things missing. But firemen, there's a brotherhood there. Austin was attached to me just like my son almost. The rest of the firefighters, we grew up together here, and we fought. We fought some big fires together. We fought the little ones. We went to car accidents. We saved lives. And unfortunately, we lost some. I cannot see how in the world, after listening to these family members, 8 months this has been going on, you sit there without any emotions. If you lost a child, you would know how your heart would feel. You wouldn't sit there just twiddling your thumbs or staring at me cold-hearted, but you'd feel it. You'd feel the sadness in your heart. You'd ask for comfort. You'd ask someone to give you a hug and tell you things are going to be okay, even though they're not. It's gone. You got 85% of your force, your firefighters, telling you, this man he's a good firefighter. I've said this 100 times. He is not a fire chief. There is no fixing that. They've lost their confidence in him. You cannot fix that. It cannot be fixed. You got to do something before someone else gets hurt. This city has never been through this before. I've never seen so much, I got to be careful what I say, but PS in my life. And you sit there when you're asked by Commissioner Becker, are we going to do anything about this? And you sit there just like that. Nope. What a disgrace. In this family's face, you did that. I pray, Brian, we don't never have to go through this with your family. I really do. You got good children. You got a good wife. But God only knows what's got into your heart and your soul. Because it ain't Apopka no more. I don't know who runs you, but this man needs to be replaced. You got people begging you for help. Help them.
Leroy Bell, 2308 Blue Meadows Court. I'm a 100% disabled veteran. I spent 12 years in the military. And as a leader in the military, the first thing they teach you as a leader is for your objective, you keep your equipment and your men's. Your men's in the fire department have lost all confidence in this fire chief. I'm gonna name two peoples for you. One is by the name of Randy Fernandez. You remember him? Deputy Chief. Captain Dave Call. You remember him? A captain. Your police department went out in the county, kicked in the door, beat an innocent woman and her husband out of this jurisdiction. It's in the courts today. But what did you do with those first responders? You had a report changed and you forced them to resign. But here's a man that they have no confidence in. And they'd have lost a son and we'd have lost a first responder. And you stick beside him. And when you was questioned by Commissioner Becker, like Wes said, it was amusing to you. You laughed. When the young lady got up here, if you felt like crap, you should do. You should be feeling like crap. But I doubt it, you do. With that said, my friend Mr. New said a few minutes ago, he went through a litany of things, said, nope, ain't nothing gonna get done. But I beg to differ with Mr. New. There is some things you're gonna get done. Like, I asked you I think it was about a month ago, I came in and I asked you, what were your friends? I didn't make it to the meeting, but your friends did. When they made it here with their hands out. You got a friend you just renting out your office to him. You're gonna do something. You're gonna line your pockets like you've been doing. That's all you're gonna do. You're gonna line your pockets and you're gonna line your friend's pocket. You had a friend to come in here, try to partner with the city about recreation, and then you want to use the black neighborhood about drugs, mental health. If you remember, you had 12 black nurses that came in here. Myself and Commissioner Smith were raised up with them. They came here to partner with the city to help address some of these things. What did you do? When the clock ran down, you ran them out. Do you feel like crap? I hope you do. God knows I hope you do. Now, commissioners, when it comes down to this thing about partner with this city with 80-20, if these people want to come in here and do something about affordable houses, why they wasn't in here when the affordable houses were going in down with the apartments? And the only thing they have to do to partner, you don't have to vote. Talk to staff. The only thing you need to do is have a contract as a vendor and an EIN number. Stop letting this man pick your city clean.
He's coming. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is David Hoffman. I live at Rock Springs Ridge, Apopka. This week, Florida State Legislature, Senate and House are considering a bill to expand gun rights in this state by allowing permitless carry of concealed weapons. Thus, we can expect that access to weapons under wraps will be easier than ever, an existential threat to the safety and well-being of our citizens. Have Apopka city officials, that is you, taken a stand on this critical public health issue? If one of your most fundamental responsibilities as elected officials is the safety and well-being of city residents, would this proposed bill not be of concern to you? Furthermore, would it not be of critical importance for Apopka Police Department and Chief McKinley to weigh in on this remarkably ill-advised piece of legislation? I've included below a letter I sent to House Representative Doug Bankson, recently a commissioner here, explaining my opposition and my wife Nancy's opposition to this bill. And you can see that. I'm not sure I have time to read all of it, but I'll try to hit the highlights. My wife Nancy and I, residents of Apopka for 23 years, urge you to vote no when the expanded gun rights bill is being considered by the Florida State Senate and Florida House of Representatives to allow for permitless carry of concealed weapons. Comes up for a vote before the House. Governor DeSantis and Republicans who command an overwhelming majority of the Senate and the House cannot credibly claim to be pro-life if they open the floodgates to even more weapons of murder and crime here in Florida, which is already awash in guns, which is already a venue of existential threat to life for our families and our children. Governor DeSantis whines and fires fusillades about crime against his political opponents, as do his comrades in the legislature. If the governor, you, and your legislative colleagues want to expand unlicensed access to weapons of murder, crime, mayhem, for life indeed, pro-life indeed. A gun is not a toy. A gun is not a plaything. A gun is not a benign instrument. Instead, a gun is inherently a lethal threat, a disaster, a tragedy, a catastrophe waiting to happen. A gun is a quick, violent solution to free-floating grievance, an instantaneous, quick justice answer at a perceived crime scene, arrest, trial, conviction, and execution on the spot. If we have any love and respect for our children, for our grandchildren, for the sanctity of family, for democracy, we must, if we have any moral center at all, bring an end to the gun culture madness that afflicts our beloved America. If you are true to the spirit of everlasting life and peace advanced by Jesus Christ, Doug Mankson, you will not hesitate to vote no on the ill-advised expansion of violence incorporated in this horrendous expanded gun rights bill. And by the way, it's just an interesting stat. Japan has the toughest gun laws of any nation. Japan has the toughest gun laws of any advanced nation. From 2015 to 2022, how many gun deaths in Japan? 14. 14. We have close to 40,000 gun deaths every year in the United States. That's wild stuff. We can do better. The overarching theme here too is how do we build great livable cities? Fair enough?
Thank you.
Sylvester Hall.
Good evening, Sylvester Hall, 3091 Rolling Hills Lane. You can't help but get emotional by what's been done here tonight. But one of the things I constantly tell my kids, you are responsible for your own happiness. Your happiness is dictated by the choices you make and the decisions you make. You have a direct responsibility of your own happiness. When I look at the process of what's been going on for the last 8 months, if I can go back and replay some of the things I have said in front of the city council, we elected Mayor Nelson with merely 4,000 votes, a little over 4,000 votes, when we had 35,000 registered voters. Everybody who listened to my voice, who can hear this or see me, that is a problem in our country. Too many of us are complacent in our own lives that we fail to be the watch for our neighbors. And this is the crisis that we have. When you look at the whole situation, I'm a retired veteran, 20 years. I should be selling, enjoying my beautiful family. But if I don't come back and fight the same fight that I fought for justice while serving on active duty, far as I'm concerned, it's a lifetime commitment. Now, as a leader, there's accountability And that accountability is not to punish, but it's to make corrective action to keep the same things from happening over and over again. We have Mayor Nelson, who made the decision to fire the old police chief and bring in Chief Wine. Now, when you look at that decision and you look at all the overwhelming passion, all the overwhelming facts, that he made a bad decision. That decision put Chief Wynham and his family in an awkward position. And it's not fair to him. We criticize him, but the mayor put him in that position. And for what reason? And why did he put him in there? What was the merit? What it was based on? So now we have one mayor that's too stubborn to say, I made a mistake. Too stubborn to admit I made a mistake with overwhelming evidence. And me as a leader, when I get a report from Gannon or I get anybody to come in and do an audit on me, that's the best thing in the world for me as a leader, because that gives me a step-by-step SOP to know exactly how it's supposed to be done and how it should be done. And so when the next time that auditor comes in the door, I have them a cup of coffee, some donuts, have at it. Because once you show me how it's supposed to be done, you make it easy. You make my job easy. So when Gannon came in with that report and showed you how it should be done, it made your job very easy. And all you had to do, Mayor, is accept the responsibility, make the corrective action, and move forward. Now, I stated before, I no longer look at what's going on now. I no longer look at what's going on now. All you city commissioners, you have the responsibility to correct the wrong. If we don't do that, then we're surely running under a dictatorship. The mayor gets to do what he wants and when he wants, regardless of what the people bring to him to say. And that needs to change, and that needs to change tonight. Thank you.
That's it? Okay. All right. We have 10 consent agenda items. Does anybody need to pull any of the consent agenda items? If not, I'll look for a motion to approve the 10 consent agenda items.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Public hearing, ordinance number 2989.
Ordinance number 2989. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from residential low to residential high for certain real property generally located north of Old Dixie Highway and east of Shopkey Lester Road, owned by the Husam Family Trust, comprising 10.42 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jean, any changes?
No changes, Mayor.
No changes. Okay. Any questions? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Come on down.
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia. This is the very same thing that was before the commission before, when the people that live adjacent to this property had the ability to get here for the meeting. I don't know why they didn't make it tonight, but I just want to remind you all of those tax-paying citizens that spoke out against having a 3-story assisted living facility dropped in their backyard. Regardless of setbacks, regardless of the wall, there's other activity that goes on. And the people that live in that section of real estate spoke out about it here in a council meeting. I ask you all to remember that.
Anybody else wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 2989.
And just for full, to talk to that point, the last hearing, to Mr. New's point just now, it's 4 times the setback. They do that opaque bamboo
Right, the bamboo
hedge, or
landscaping.
for lack of a better term. And also too, and oddly enough, I saw an article about this the other day talking about how noisy pickleball can be. I think originally they had pickleball courts directly abutting some of those properties too, which I think they've taken out of their concept plans thus far. But it's something to note when we do get the final plans for this particular project.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
And as I understand it, the applicant has spoken to each one of those constituents who spoke at the planning commission meeting that expressed those concerns, and they felt that it's been addressed.
All right. Not look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 2989. Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2990.
Ordinance number 2990. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from residential estate to residential very low suburban for certain real property generally located south of West Kelly Park Road and east of Jason Dwelly Parkway and west of Kenworth Drive, owned by Rafael Enrique Alicia Cicero, comprising 10.12 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Any changes, Gene?
No changes.
Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 2990.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta,
So moved.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2991.
Ordinance number 2991. An ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from T transitional to RSF 1A residential single-family estate zoning district for certain real property generally located south of West Kelly Park Road, east of Jason Dwelly Parkway, and west of Kenworth Drive, owned by Rafael Enrique Alicia Cicero, comprising 10.12 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Any changes, Gene?
No changes.
Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Come on down.
I guess I'm not understanding at all what kind of jargon and language is being used to frame these ordinances, but so that there's a, for number 2991, change of zoning. Am I missing something from what kind of zoning to what? What's the change?
Okay, I'll have her come up and. Existing is 1 dwelling unit per acre, and the proposed future land use is 2 dwelling units per acre.
Transitional zoning, current.
What's the change? I don't get it.
The change of zoning is from T transitional to RSF 1A residential single-family estate, which is consistent with the previous item that was just adopted, the future land use amendment to residential very low suburban, which permits up to 2 dwelling units per acre.
Can you just touch on the point for the people that are inquiring? How does it get to transitional zoning? Why would it be in that state?
Generally, and I wasn't here when this was annexed into the city, but generally what it means to staff is that at some point a property was annexed into the city, and at the time it was annexed, a future land use designation and zoning designation wasn't applied to the property or wasn't applied for by the applicant.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Gene? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 2991.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 2994.
Ordinance number 2994. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka by amending Part 3 Land Development Code, Article 2 Administration, Section 2.4.1 Informational Meeting, by amending Part 3, Article 2, Section 2.4.2 Pre-Application Community Meeting, by amending Part 3, Article 2, Section 2.5.1, discretionary approvals, by amending Part 3, Article 2, Section 2.5.4, permits, by amending Part 3, Article 2, Section 2.5.5, relief, by amending Part 3, Article 3, zoning districts, Section 3.1.3, organization of zoning districts, by amending Part 3, Article 3, zoning districts, Section 3.3.6, residential two-family district, by amending Part 3, Article 3, Section 3.1, general provisions, by amending Part 3, Article 3, Section 3.3, residential base zoning districts, by amending Part 3, Article 3, Section 3.6, MUD mixed-use district, by amending Part 3, Article 4, use regulations, Section 4.2, standards specific to principal uses, by amending Part 3, Article 4, Section 4.3, general standards for all accessory uses and structures, by amending Part 3, Article 5, development standards, Section 5.1, off-street parking, bicycle parking and loading standards, by amending Part 3, Article 5, Table 5.1.11.c.2, bicycle parking, by amending Part 3, Article 5, Section 5.3, tree protection standards, by amending Part 3, Article 5, Section 5.4, open space set-aside standards, by amending Part 3, Article 5, Table 5.5.5.a, fence and wall height, by amending Part 3, Article 5, Section 5.13, roads, streets, sidewalks, and bikeways, by amending Part 3, Article 5, Section 5.17, general development, design, and improvement provisions, by amending Part 3, Article 10, Table 10.2.4.b, allowable encroachments into required yards built to zones, by amending Part 3, Article 10, Section 10.4, definitions, by amending Part 3, Appendix A, mixed-use Kelly Park interchange, MUKPI, form-based code, G, district size and block standards, by amending Part 3, Appendix A, mixed-use Kelly Park interchange, MUKPI, form-based code, H, density, intensity, and open space standards, Table 4, density, intensity, and open space, by amending Part 3, Appendix D, development guidelines, 5.6, fences and walls, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
No
That was
changes,
a
Mayor.
No changes. Thank you,
Thank
Susan.
you, Susan.
Thank you, Jim. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Come on down.
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia. I listened and appreciate Mrs. Bones' reading of that. Here's the problem I got. The code enforcement people, they use the land development code and they use the building code. And you've talked about a lot of changes, but nobody in the public, and I'm sure none of the commissioners, have visualized all of these changes. As a taxpayer, I'd like to see them published with the recommended changes either underscored or marked through somehow so that I have time to read it and digest it and see just what you're going for. Because too many times in the past, right here at City Commission, maybe different commissioners, this kind of stuff with these vague descriptions has bulldozed through some things that don't need to be brought down on this city. So I ask that they publish it and give a 60-day review time for the public to look at it before they go to a vote so we can see if it's what we really want in this city, not what somebody thinks we need.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing, look for a motion.
I still had some questions.
Sure.
On page 167, Mr. Head, on I think it's 10 of 27 on the changes. It's under 2.5.5, where it's talking about initial determination on the zoning variance.
Well, I've got to get to it. Just a
Yep,
sec.
yep.
What page was it?
It's 167 in our packet, or within our good reader. And it's probably a combo question, but it's maybe an interpretation issue with our council.
I'm sorry, this is for the variance part?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the first underlined sentence, I just want to make sure that, again, when we document our policies and procedures, that it's enforceable. The first sentence, the first sentence says, or the first underlined sentence says, if some special circumstance makes it very difficult for a particular project, from a legalese standpoint, is some and very enforceable? Otherwise, should we just strike those? They seem odd to me.
I think that's probably more of a policy language in the front. I think we were trying to clarify, and this came up from the Planning Commission, in which they were having a hard time trying to figure out or how to interpret hardship, and it was too broad. So that was the intent of the change, was to actually have a definition of hardship that they can follow. And mainly the most important thing, and when it comes to variances and you come to a hardship, the thing that needed to be stressed and clarified for the code is that a property owner cannot create the hardship that he's seeking a variance from. I think that's the overarching basis for the clarification and kind of the expansion of language when it comes to variances. That the easiest way to describe a variance is you come to the land is in such a state that you cannot abide by the code. Usually your land has an awkward shape and that you cannot legally meet the setbacks because of the actual physical criteria, physical description of your land. Hence, you need a variance in order to be able to enjoy the benefits of every other property owner within your zoning district. A lot of times folks come in and try to ask for a variance because they say, well, we want to develop, the code doesn't let us develop within this, so our hardship is we want to develop beyond that. And legally, the jurisprudence when it comes to variances, that's not a hardship. You cannot create your own hardship. The hardship is really dead set physically. Also, hardships are not economic. They're really tied to the physical characteristics of the land, which prohibit you from actually abiding by the code. So that was the intent of the language.
Yeah, the previous code didn't allow any discrepancy at all for the property. And so this ties in with the purpose, with the hardship itself. It's still up to the property owner or the developer to answer. There's nine criteria for a hardship, and they still have to prove that to the Planning Commission that they can't develop because of the conditions of the property or the location. There's a lot of different things that can go into it. That's where the sum kind of comes into.
Sure.
So
is special circumstance a defined term within our land development code, or is that up for interpretation?
It's up
as
to
you
the
just
interpretation because the Planning Commission, they can look at a piece of property and see whether or not if there's karst topography, if it's right next to an expressway, or if the slope is too much where they need to get a different size wall because they can't build on it without a 10-foot wall versus a 6-foot wall according to code, which has happened.
So, I mean, my opinion, so that we aren't faced in the future of someone arguing what vary means. Like if that sentence read, if a special circumstance makes it difficult for a particular
versus vary.
project, vary is highly subjective.
Gotcha.
Right.
I wouldn't mind that taking out the vary.
That's fine.
That'd
I mean,
be good.
that's fine.
I mean, to your point, though, I feel like a lot of this is subjective. A hardship generally occurs. This has been a huge issue with Planning Commission for a while, just in the sense of how do you quantify some of these things? But again, it's a case-by-case basis. So I totally agree. I think this will be one that we see a couple times come back up that we make some adjustments to.
But if we get rid of the vary, I think that'll help quite a bit.
And then on page 169, 170, so basically all of the lot width modifications, what's the driver behind that?
We didn't have enough discrepancy between the different zoning districts. The RTF and the RMF, it was basically too close to, when you have a single family district that's exactly the same lot area, and yet it's supposed to be a smaller lot. That was not looked at before. So what we're doing is decreasing the lot in the RTF for the single family and the two family so that we have some levels of development possible within for the single family and the two family uses.
So why not just change one versus modifying both? Because point being is they both went down in terms of the minimum lot width requirement.
Correct.
Obviously, adding density versus
Well,
potential for adding density.
Well, they can't go any less than the 55. That was one thing. And because our MF is supposed to be more intense, by allowing that to be 55 feet versus 60 feet for the RTF, it allows for a little bit denser category to go along with the comprehensive plan. These are tied in directly with the comprehensive plan. We were finding out that if something was coming in for the residential multifamily, they could not get the density that was allowed according to the comprehensive plan.
What would, like, paint me a picture on the retail, or the retail, residential multifamily district, when you look at a lot width of, let's say, never mind. I'm reading the column now. That's a single family dwelling. Why would we even have single family dwelling enumerated within the multifamily?
Some developers still want single family, but they want a little bit denser single family development. We aren't going down to that was where that came from. We're actually getting developers that are coming in. We've got a few different developments that are already out in the books where we have the single family around the perimeter and townhomes in the middle. That type of development would be allowed in the RMF. But this way they can actually get a little bit more of a dense, but we can still get a single family product, which is primarily what most people still want when they're for ownership.
Okay, I follow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Good
questions? Okay. Anybody from the public? Anybody else from the public want to speak? Okay, so I guess we're looking for a motion, Commissioner Becker, and we're going to take out the word vary on, was that?
Page 10 of 27 or page 167.
So you just want me to read the sentence as worded in the motion?
That'd be good, yeah.
So I would move to approve with the modification in section 2.5.5 titled relief. Item A5A1.
Yep.
To read, if a special circumstance makes it difficult for a particular project, and then the remainder of that stays the same. So striking the words some and vary.
So we got a motion by Commissioner Becker. Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, ordinance number 2995.
Ordinance number 2995, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from residential low to residential medium low for certain real property generally located south of M.A. Board Street and east of South Hawthorne Avenue, owned by the City of Apopka, comprising 1.09 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Jim?
No changes
No
on this one.
changes? Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? Not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for
We got
motion.
one, we got one.
I'm sorry.
I just got a question, and I hope somebody can answer it for me. Is this the changing of the property? Is the property that have been saying that is where the Ministry of Alliance is going to build houses?
Well, with the last council meeting, that was the impression that I had, that it did belong to them. I have since, after asking Mr. James Head, that we're just changing the zoning on the property. This property has not been surplused. If it is surplus, I have asked Mr. James Head to put it out to bid and let others bid on it. If the Ministry Alliance is the only one that bids on it, then that would be fair. But we have done in the past with any property that the city has and has been surplus, we have put it out to bid so that everyone has an equal opportunity to bid on it. And so that's where it's going at this
Okay,
time.
well, with that said, I would respectfully ask Commissioner Smith, with him being a part of the ministerial line, if they get involved in this property in any kind of way, that he recuse himself. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So, and just to clarify too, and this is why I had questions last week, not necessarily for you, Mr. Bell, sorry, but just to piggyback a little bit off of you, sorry, is that in the staff report, though, it does say the Ministerial Alliance is proposing to build 7 single-family residential homes. So as much as this isn't a guaranteed thing, we're supposed to be putting it through the filter of we're approving this land use, assuming that this is going to this group. So as much as it's not a done deal, the staff report is putting it as if that should be the filter we're putting this through. So I understand it's just a land use change of property that the city owns, but again, the staff report states that we should be filtering out how we choose or how we make these decisions based on this going to the Ministerial Alliance.
You know, the primary purpose is in order to be able to get the property available to get possibly up to 7 homes on the property. Whether or not it goes to the Ministerial Alliance or whether or not it's even surplus, it's still going to be up to the city council.
Which I understand, but that should have been stated in here because it doesn't say that. It says the Ministerial Alliance is proposing to build 7 single-family residential, blah, blah, blah. So that if it was more general, as every other project is, it would say that. But this very specifically is forcing us to put a filter on this as we think about this and how we vote on this. It's not just a land use change. It is with the assumption that this is going to this specific group.
Yeah. So I'll go on record as saying that weighs nothing in my decision making on this one. But I agree with how it's written within the lead-in packet.
Well, and additionally to that too, last week we had stated that I guess you were on the board of whichever group it was, that you guys could talk about parking, but again, there's nothing solidified there. And again, this is, if we give away parking for this park will not succeed. The most important piece of any community is bringing the community together, and that's what parks do. Taking any type of parking away from this specific park is going to further distance this community from each other. And I'll say it again, I'm sure I'll be the only one, but I think this is not going to bring the community together by allowing 7 units to be sold or rented. Again, we don't even know what that means down the road either, and I know that we can hash that out down the road, but this is a city-owned property that we can ensure that this park is protected and has successful events and has safe parking and adequate parking for accessible spots and for our elderly. And just talking about generally that we may get some spots donated to us or gifted or whatever, I think it's a failure on our parts to guarantee this to somebody else or at least even change the density. It makes no sense. Why don't we just change it to 100 units per acre then? I mean,
So I guess my question would be what conversations, because I have not been approached by Quest leadership. What's the conversation been with Quest thus far? In terms of, during the last conversation, there was discussion about potentially seeking some land from the Quest.
The property on the north.
For potential parking at that location.
I have not been involved with any of the conversation for that.
Well, then that just solidifies my decision tonight.
All right, any other? Okay. Well, I guess we look for.
The only thing I want to ask is, was there something written somewhere? Was it voted on? Was it agreed on that the Ministry Alliance would get this property?
No, the Ministerial Alliance, they had approached us in regards to possibly building on this site for some single-family homes ownership. And they were the only ones that had approached us in regards to the property. Originally, this is back probably close to a year ago. And so they've done some draft drawings to see whether or not, and where and how they could even get the homes on the property in the first place. And that's helped to drive whether or not we even needed it to be able to do a land use change to get the 7.5 dwelling units per acre. It matches the block on the south, which also has 7.5 dwelling units per acre, on that area that basically borders Hawthorne. So it seemed like a logical change to be able to get that, whether or not the Ministerial Alliance gets the property or we have another builder that can build on the property. Basically, they've done some groundwork that shows how it could possibly get done.
But to Commissioner Ness's
No
point-
promises, though.
Yeah, and he discussed it at the last meeting too. Whenever there's an event there that requires surplus parking,
They
everybody's
park there.
parking on that dirt patch
Yeah.
of land that's sitting there. And so if we're going down this path to increase density and it's going to be homes versus any parking, and there's been not any discussion with Quest to see if that's a viable alternative, then you have no options. So why are we marching down the path of doing that if we don't have options?
Would you like to just to table it then, to see, give it a chance to?
Well, another option, this is just another option, is do the land use change so it's there if we need it. But then we could always go back to the drawing board and take a portion of the property for parking and another portion for 2 or 3 single-family
But
homes.
see, what I think we're just doing this all backwards anyways. We've never even designated this as surplus property, but we're changing
Yeah.
the density. So I'd rather go through the proper steps of let's all vote that it is surplus. Let's figure out who's going to purchase it, if anybody, and then let's figure out what they want to use it for, and then we can change the density and zoning land use from there. That's kind of the proper steps, and I feel like we're kind of.
I'd have to disagree. If you're going to surplus something, you want to have the property ready to go the way you want it surplused, which means a land use change that would match the property to the south. Then you surplus, and then you go.
And that's fine. Differing opinions there, and I understand what you're saying, that the process on that. But for this specific property and what it could be used for, this isn't just general surplus property. I mean, it really is a parking lot for this park that we're trying to give away or sell. So I think it would make more sense to do it that way to understand. Because what if somebody else comes in, wants to actually buy it, and they're like, no, we only want 3 homes on it. We only, whatever it may be, we want it to be half parking lot, half. Again, there's many other options. I feel like I just don't feel we're doing it right.
We can go whatever route.
When we surplus the one on Sandpiper, it already had a land use.
Correct, yeah, that was commercial and commercial CC.
Commercial,
Yep.
and commercial.
And even the property that, the other property that we did out off of Johns Road, same thing.
The same thing. So, I mean, I'm okay with giving it the land use, but when we surplus it, I remember I discussed with you that when we did the one with Sandpiper, we had it for over 15 years. We sold it, and it's still sitting
still
there
sitting
with a
there.
for lease sign.
Yeah, we'd have to
I-
have some guarantees.
Right, I don't want, especially if we surplus property that belongs to the city, that it's been sitting there, and then we sell it, and then it continues to sit there.
And then we can't even use it as a parking lot then.
Correct, yeah. We'd have to have some, as we were discussing, we'd have to have some guarantees that it would be built and constructed and completed within a year or 2-year period. That's something that, we'd have to discuss also.
Okay.
So I guess there's really 2 questions. Does staff feel like there's a need for additional parking for that facility?
I would say yes.
And if the answer is yes, do we have any other city-owned location directly abutting that property for that purpose besides this piece of property?
No, the only portion that's currently, and this was discussed at the last meeting, just to the east of the main park, we've got 17 parking spaces that have been designed for the park, but that is about half of what this area would be able to park.
So with no alternative,
We don't have enough parking.
Well, we got 17
We got
extras.
17 more, but for a large event, they'd probably have to contract with Life Concepts Quest on the north.
So- Okay, all right. Come on up.
One of the things we always talk about the process matter. And when you come with the questions that you're coming up with now, like why is the Ministerial Alliance even in and then contract it all, it just blows my mind. And one of the things we talked about, and we all seem to come to a quick consensus that that area should be a parking lot, period. I was there for our event we had a couple Sundays ago, and if you don't have that place to park, you know, you don't have no parking, period. So it makes the best solution to do that. But for you commissioners, my heart goes out to you because a lot of this stuff you guys get at the last minute. You have no time to vet it. So how are you supposed to move forward in the best interest of the citizen of the city of Apopka? It just blows my mind how things are done here. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, if that park was over in Rock Springs Bridge area, north of Apopka, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It would already be designated as a parking lot. We wouldn't be having this conversation. And Commissioner Smith, the last time we spoke, you got a little small piece of land, you're trying to cram 7 homes in there. Who want to live like that? So you got a poverty area that you're setting up to stay a poverty area for years and years and decades to come. So how you ever gonna turn around poverty in the city of Apopka, especially over there in South Apopka area? That's not the plan. We need to do better. Like I said before, when you know better, you should do better. Thank you.
Dennis New, 105 West Magnolia. After the last meeting, when they talked about this piece of property and cramming 7.5 homes in there, and the mayor's political friends from the Ministerial Alliance were here, I went down and looked at the piece of property when they were having an event. You know, we got excess property. Yeah, we sold the property at Sandpiper because it was excess. And the reason nothing's been done with it is because the mayor and the developer couldn't bully the adjacent landowner into selling her property so they could get one big piece of land. This piece of property down here, if it needs to be a parking lot, we own the property. Why would we surplus it? Every event that's down there, the cars are parked on that piece of property. Why would we surplus it? Why don't we find the money and pave it and turn it into a regular parking lot and let the people have a place to park when they go to the park down there? But no, we're going to want to cram. Who asked? Because I know the Planning and Zoning Committee didn't just pull it out of the air. Oh, let's change this piece of property to 7.5 dwellings per acre. Somebody had to ask for that to be done. They don't do that on their own. If they do, then we need to replace them. Something's smelly with the whole deal. We own the property. They need a parking lot. Common sense says build them a parking lot. But then again, that word comes to my mind. Mayor Nelson's favorite word, nothing.
I'll confess that I'm baffled about this piece of property. Okay, see if we can check for understanding. The city owns the property, am I right? Okay, so the decision is what to do with it. And there's a notation here on your agenda for density, maximum of 7.5 dwelling units per acre. Is that a formal proposal coming from somebody at City Hall? I'm confused where that comes from. The staff. Okay, so that is one possible use. That's a recommended use from the staff. Is that what it is? Yeah. Okay, so 7.5 units per acre, dwelling units. What are we talking about for dwelling units? What kind of units are we talking about?
In accordance with the dwelling units can be single family, multifamily, townhomes. It's in accordance with the mixed use downtown district.
Okay, there's a difference though, big difference, 7.5 units per acre if it's townhouses versus single family dwellings, right?
Townhomes probably can't fit because they also have to have rear loaded, and that's another entrance location.
So you're limited then. If you're 7.5 homes per acre, that has to be a specific kind of unit to be able to fit them in there.
Well, that was the exercise that the Ministerial Alliance was taking on to see whether or not they could even get 7 units in the first place.
That sounds like a lot of units per acre to me. I mean,
No,
that's,
it's a higher density, but it's basically the same as what's blocked to the south.
okay. And the final question for me would be, and I'm a novice here. I'm not sophisticated on these topics, so I'm asking to be educated. What should be the guiding principle here for the city's decision? I mean, overarching guidance for the city. Now, on a practical level, or people here suggesting it should be for parking. But if it's not for that purpose, then what would be the optimal use of it as one little itsy bitsy piece in the drive to build a great city? At the risk of sounding magisterial.
Thank you.
If this city can waste $4.5 million on a bonfire situation, which is the Camp Weewa, we can certainly pay for a parking lot. I don't see why we can't come up with money that we come up with $4.5 million within 15 days or something, didn't we?
Anybody else? We don't need to have Smith here.
Was there any agreement made? Because I couldn't find anything, you couldn't provide
As I
anything
mentioned,
for me.
no agreement has been made. The Ministerial Alliance took it upon themselves to see whether or not 7 units could even fit to make it a
No,
logical change.
I'm not talking about the 7.5 units. I'm talking about an agreement that they would have that property.
No, as I mentioned, and I mentioned that last time too. There was no agreement.
I think we're overcomplicating this. I mean, we've just said from staff perspective, we need additional parking for that facility. That is the most optimal location for parking to access that facility. There's no other discussion needed. Why are we turning this into a plan for how do we pay for the parking lot and get it situated? So that's my opinion.
I do have some different designs, draft designs for parking lot too, so.
I mean, it doesn't preclude us from leaving it as a parking lot. So I mean, this is not.
True, yeah.
I mean, if we want to come back and say.
The main thing, as I mentioned, the block to the south already has the medium-low also at the 7.5. If we change the land use, that does not preclude us from designing a parking lot and putting it in, because we can basically put a parking lot on any type of property, whether it's 5 units or 7.5 units. So we could do that. We could also, one of the designs that I came up with showed half of the property with about 40 parking spaces paved, and the other half had 3 homes on it.
Yeah, so.
We get a little bit of both. Yeah. And you provide 40 parking spaces that are safe to walk on. You don't have to worry about liability tripping in the dirt, because you could get only about 40 parking spaces in dirt in the first place, and then you have liability. So we've got options.
And let me remind everyone too, the Planning Commission voted 4-3 that this is inconsistent with the comp plan and land development code and incompatible with the character of the surrounding areas, and recommending to deny the future land use amendment. So if we're not, I mean, again, the Planning Commission is recommending board, but if we're not going to listen to them in some capacity, they're there for a reason.
We have options. That's the big thing.
And we don't need to do it right now. I think is an option.
So do you want to table it? Do you just want to kill it? What are you looking to do there, Commissioner Nesta?
I think kill it right now until we figure out what I don't understand. There seems to be no set plan, although there is a set plan behind the scenes. So I'd rather figure out our best use for this, whether it's half parking lot, half units, something.
All parking, whatever, yeah.
So do we bring it back for reconsideration? I mean, what do we do?
I'll make a formal motion. I move that we do not approve the land use
Yeah.
change and instruct staff to come back with concept plans around building a parking lot.
Only a parking lot or any residential?
We can do options. I've got some different options for both.
Second.
I mean,
Okay,
I made a motion.
okay.
which is
The
just
one
for
he
We can have
parking.
the clerk read it back if we need to.
Can you read it back?
You filed, you
The
made
motion
a
was
motion to
to
deny the
reject-
land use amendment. That's it.
Yeah,
Correct.
and we'll come
For
up
this,
with
for this
some
particular
options.
piece of business is to not approve the land use change.
Okay, you got a
And
motion,
he seconded.
got a motion by Commissioner Becker, second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
Okay, so when,
No, I
How many
abstained
is this?
since it mentioned Ministerial Alliance.
okay, so
okay.
it's,
Well,
We'll
they-
say
Three
this
to
again.
one.
Okay,
They-
time
they
out,
aren't
time out.
involved.
I don't think you can abstain.
They aren't
If-
involved with it. It's,
The only legal basis for you to abstain is if there is a perceived conflict of interest.
This is city-owned property.
If you perceive that there is the appearance of a conflict of interest because the staff report makes a reference that there was a proposal by the Ministerial Alliance, then you'll recuse yourself. Now, you'll have to fill out the statutory form and explain what the conflict of interest is. Now, limiting to what the nature that's before this council is, it was solely a land use amendment that was not contingent because there is, as of today, there is no contractual relationship between the city and the Ministerial Alliance, which would result in a financial interest to you. Then you would have to clarify what exactly is your interests with the Ministerial Alliance. However, if you believe that you want to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest because it was referenced, then you'll have to report so on the state form for your recusal.
All right, then I'll do that.
All right, so 3 to 1.
okay, so it was,
Three
what
to
was
one.
the 3-1?
3-1. 3-1 to deny.
Okay,
Okay.
3-1 to deny, and then who was the dissenting vote?
Me.
How
Nay.
come you say aye instead of nay? I don't understand.
No,
Isn't aye
it's-
yes, and then,
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry,
it's semantics. It's there
don't
was a
know.
vote, the vote was made, you vote aye, and then a vote for in the opposition, you can state aye and your aye is in opposition. You
Oh,
know,
okay.
Doesn't have,
Because
you're not
yeah,
bound
'cause
by aye or nay.
okay, because I understood aye, and so I didn't,
No,
I didn't hear
there's
nay.
there's actually two separate, I mean, when the vote was called, it was two separate. Vote in favor, vote against.
Okay.
Anyone against, if you say aye against, you're voting.
Okay,
Okay.
so
right.
now I understand.
Okay, why don't we
Thanks.
just take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and take up the Gannon report. Okay. Call the meeting back to order.
And you're right, because I always.
Chief Weiler.
If I put the front.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, members of the public. Tonight I'm here to present the Gannon Report review. I wanted to start by mentioning something Mr. Duran mentioned earlier. Austin was elected 2022's Firefighter of the Year. That's something we're very proud of. He joined our department as a fire explorer during his high school years and started working with the fire department in July of 2020. During his time with our department, Austin showed integrity, a hard work ethic, pride in his job, and eagerness to learn. And it's for these reasons that he was elected by his peers as 2022 Firefighter of the Year. There's going to be a formal presentation and award ceremony upcoming for that honor. We want to start off by summarizing some of what we're going to talk about in this presentation. Why we hired a third party in the first place. We have, we had the review from the State Fire Marshal. We have Gannon report, and we're also awaiting the NIOSH report. But every organization has its blind spots, issues, and concerns that can benefit from outside assessment from time to time. That was the goal and objective of hiring Gannon. It's a 44-page document that covers every aspect of health and safety within our department. It was broken down into 3 parts. The report provided 5 key recommendations. The second part was part 1, a safety culture and organizational review. And the third part was part 2, health and safety technical review, which dealt directly with NFPA 1500. We'll get more specific what that means in a little bit. The scope of work was described, and it's basically what we were measured by. That's the whole gist of what we want to do with the scope of work. Included everything, evaluating the AFD against industry standards, including but not limited to, again, NFPA 1500, which is a standard in health, fire department, occupational safety, and health and wellness programs. Also, Florida Administrative Code 69A-62, Firefighter Employment Standards, Florida Firefighters Occupational Safety and Health Act, American National Standards Institute, and Professional Occupational Safety and Health Management Systems as well. 1500 is a standard that fire department safety and health and safety programs. Basically, to understand what 1500 encompasses, it's over 56 different NFPA standards that blend into 1500. So this is including 14 chapters. It's basically the end-all, be-all for firefighter health and safety, and it's certainly one of our overall goals. Moving forward, using this standard, we have started to review and develop our new SOGs and SOPs, as well as our current review and process of our SOGs. We'll get more specific with that in a little bit as well. This letter was a letter received from the State Fire Marshals regarding 69A-62. When we received the report from the State Fire Marshal, we were given recommendations, and we followed those recommendations and were granted this letter. It states we're compliant with 69-63. Again, moving forward, that is the goal of this report and using these recommendations to now take it, embrace it, come up with that plan, and move forward. Gannon identified issues within our department, a history of inadequate safety and health and wellness programs, a young department, an incomplete organizational structure, lack of strategic planning, and lack of accountability. Historical issues are certainly ones that we're dealing with. We now have a dedicated life safety chief who stepped up and advanced us forward, as evidenced by many of the meetings we've been meeting with you all on recently to show how we've been working. A strategic plan, certainly something I agree with and needs to happen. Back in 2021, I started the process but unfortunately the pandemic shut down when we had to stop the external questionnaire. I'm here to tell you that April 3rd, I am sending out the latest version of our strategic plan and starting that process. I'm starting with our internal stakeholders again. We have a lot of new members since 2021. We're going to start with a SWOT analysis, which identifies our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. After that, I'm planning on holding an external stakeholders meeting as well, or luncheon, where they're going to answer questionnaires and want to get outside input as well from our local areas. Accountability. There's a lot of talk about this word recently. I want everyone to know that I understand that this happened as my tenure as fire chief. I do. We are all hurt. And this event exposed a lot of things we need to fix. But I want everyone to fully understand that I am committed to identify and correct these issues under my tenure as fire chief. And I will continue to do so by leading us forward and finding solutions and being part of solutions to long-term problems. We've identified the key findings of this report, and there's a lot of them, and organizing them by divisions and beginning the implementation of this project. In each of our monthly updates, we want to share our technical updates with you all in the process, in the progress we're at with each of these divisions. And I know it's not popular to hear sometimes, but this is going to take some time. I want to ensure that these issues are handled correctly and for the right reasons. We've made much progress in identifying many problems from within, again, evidenced by updates and meetings we've had to show. Gannon report or not, we're going to move forward. We are taking in recommendations again from State Fire Marshal Gannon and NIOSH when we see that report, and we have a long way to go. But make no mistake, I'm the chief and the buck stops here. No more excuses. We're going to persevere and move forward. The only thing I can promise is it will take a lot of work. But with open minds and productive dialogue and purposeful action plans, I know we will emerge ready to face the future and make the Apopka Fire Department the best it's ever been. Gannon gave us 5 key recommendations. First key recommendation was a change manager. We understand our industry is constantly changing and has accelerated over the past few years. This coupled with the growth of our city and what we've been through in the past 8 months. We have to manage that change. I understand that. That is my job. That is my role. It's my job to lead that change. And I think my biggest issue is I have not communicated that enough. I have not sold that enough. And I apologize to the men and women of my department that I have not. But there is plans in place. Some of the things that we're tasked with this change manager, development of a strategic plan, we talked about that. Integrated risk management plans. Again, April 3rd, we're going to start that process. We've also reached out to local CEPSI, or Center for Public Safety Excellence, professionals who are going to help us with the accreditation process in the future. Part of the goal, again, of becoming 1500 compliant also includes an integrated risk management plan, again, as well as accreditation. Again, accreditation is going to help us once we get there to reevaluate every 2 years. So it's a cyclical process. Overseeing the development of new annual training plan, individual training programs, and establish a dedicated training staff as per key recommendation number 2. We have our training chief, Chief Knapp, who is directly doing that as we are talking about this. He's working through that plan. And we also want to get him some help. Review and revise key policies and procedures. Upgrade specific SOGs and SOPs to integrate them into an annual training plan. All are in progress. For the past 2 months, we've hired a lieutenant to come in on his days off to review all of our SOGs, the appropriate NFPA standards that go with those, as well as industry standards to create or update our existing SOGs. Oversee the development and implementation of key secondary recommendations published in this report. We are going to establish a deputy chief. I want that person to be tasked with the oversight in making sure that this happens. Develop and integrate working schedules to standardize activities and responsibilities on all 6 stations, creating operational and administrative consistency throughout the department. This schedule can include daily, weekly, and monthly duties. The program, you probably remember that we purchased last year, PS Tracks. We actually just began implementing it last week. It's a software that develops these specific schedules on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis, as well as tracking all our assets and ensure that repairs are completed on time. Act as a liaison officer, visiting all the shifts regularly to improve lines of communication, supervise and coach project implementation, and give and receive feedback. That's my job. I understand that. My job is to support the men and women and communicate. I have gone out to visit the stations these past few weeks, and I plan to continue to do that. And I'm going to visit all of them as quickly as I can. I want to hear what needs to be heard. Introduce and lead proven team-building initiatives that break down the us versus them culture. We've been sending a lot of our people to leadership training outside of even fire-related classes. Another role that I want to establish is an administrative lieutenant. This is an extra lieutenant who's going to be assigned. That's going to allow all of our lieutenants to rotate 1 month at a time into admin so that we can help break down that us versus them, and also to provide some of that succession planning we're talking about. Actively engage in succession planning efforts to include identifying personnel. We have a very robust succession plan for all of our ranks from firefighter to engineer to lieutenant to district chief. It's a very drawn out map that our crews can follow. And we're in the process of implementing that in a step process. When we made these requirements, really almost four years ago when we started it, we gave an extra year because of COVID. A lot of classes and things weren't being offered, so we wanted to extend that. But we're moving in that right direction. And also having that admin lieutenant will help identify those individuals with skills and aspirations to move up in rank. The next few we talk about, I feel like we handle these very well. Improve interface with other regional fire departments and invite subject matter experts and guest speakers to train and trainers to Apopka to broaden knowledge. We constantly train with other departments. We have agreements with other departments to come in and train. We've had multiple training offerings, not only at our department, but we send other people to other trainings. We are part of the EMS Advisory Board, the Valencia Advisory Board, Orange County Operations Group that directly sees all this, Central Florida Fire Chiefs. We are definitely leaders in networking and collaborative efforts within our region. Work within a school system to implement CPR and first aid into school curriculum. We participate in National Day Out and multiple things throughout the year with the community. Work with health-related providers to educate the community to help self and call doctors before calling 911. We were part of what's called a Community Risk Reduction pilot program last year. We were invited by NFPA because we are very well versed in these types of programs. That's something we've always been proud of. Increase safety and training staff. We are thankful for the support of the life safety and training positions. Truly are. But we need a level of support within our organizational structure to assist the division chiefs. EMS safety and captains, the model used by most other agencies around us, with our 2 district chiefs, who then will now handle the command part of the operation. This additional person, 1 per shift, will be the dedicated safety officer to respond to all high-risk scenes, as well as assist the life safety chief on day-to-day operations. A training captain to assist and add additional supervision during training processes. One of the big things, our goals, is to become not only a training facility, but a state-level training facility where we can actually train recruits on our fire grounds. We were in talks before with Orange County Public Schools about a training program, and had plans to implement the training officer as a recruitment tool. So it's something we certainly want to increase. Provide the financial support to fund and plan the need for health and safety improvements at the fire department. We agree. Develop and introduce the Austin Duran Cadet and Junior Firefighter programs. Something we want to discuss with the family are ways that we can further honor Austin's legacy. That's something we plan to do in the future. One of the other things that was recognized in this part was the camp recommendations. It was identified that there are potential risks and liabilities within our summer camps. I made the decision to step back this year while we review. My priority is our fire department and getting our vacancies filled and people onboarded. So we met with the recreation department to continue a fire-based camp, but we want to transition the camp to be run by the recreation department. They're the experts in setting up camps and these things. We were happy to help them and assist them in providing them the material and the programming to get this done. Introduce exchange programs. What was explained to me by Mr. Gannon is these are programs that allow other departments to exchange personnel for some short-term time, or they actually go. It's not typically something that's done in our region, so it's just something that I've never heard of. But again, I kind of already explained our role in the region already. Our exchange program, we do get a lot of other exposures with departments, again, the ops groups, Valencia, Central Florida Fire Chiefs. Even recently, Lake Mary Fire Department reached out specifically about our training program, a trailer training program. Again, we wanted to share that information with them as well. But I also want to introduce, like I said, that manager and training program with the lieutenant position and rotate them in so they learn roles and responsibilities for succession planning and general knowledge. Part one was the review of the safety culture and organizational review. And part two, health and safety technical review. Again, kind of getting into the health and safety technical review was NFPA 1500, again, with 14 chapters. We also have identified 300 key findings from the Gannon report. We have broken down these key findings into goals and recommendations, solutions to recommendations, initiatives we want to create. We want the status of the solutions, so we're getting updates constantly. And we'll be providing all these updates in our monthly meetings and updates to the members of the public and you as well. Tonight also is a business item. One of the things that we have identified and one of the things we talked about in our meetings was the traffic safety signals for the stations. It's something that Chief Maynard's been working on. Tonight, we're looking for $20,000 to install an emergency traffic light for Station 1. It is our only station that doesn't have a emergency traffic signal right now, and it's crossed by firefighters multiple times daily. And it's the only station that currently does not have one. So for the action item, before we get to questions, I'd like to make a request for $20,000 so that we can put that light up.
So explain that to the public. That's the light when you
Yes,
are
I'm sorry.
exiting or entering
Yes.
the fire station house, that kind of warns the drivers to stop
Yes, ma'am.
so that you can exit or you can enter.
Mhm.
And you do not have that at Station 1. I have seen it at Station 2. I've seen it at Station 3. Station 5 doesn't need it
Correct.
because, they're kind of isolated in the back.
Yeah, it's just to follow up. Yes, it's the traditional flashing lights that you see in front of any of the stations. One of the common things I think that happens a lot of times for members who are driving, they're so used to seeing a yellow flashing light. When that suddenly turns yellow to red, they don't see it in time or something like that. What we're trying to do is create a more robust system that warns people, kind of like you see right across the parking lot near Hall's, what used to be Hall's Feed Store, that that warning kind of flashings that happen. Just to kind of, again, just so you know too, we're also, this year, we're looking to make sure that we can get those pieces designed for the rest of the stations. So it's something we'll be asking for
Where
in the
would you
budget.
station that? Where would you put that light in Station 1? Because you actually have coming in off Park Avenue and I always forget that street by the chamber.
Forest
Right.
Avenue, yeah. Yeah, so we would actually have two. You know, we're gonna have a sign. So for Station 1, it's not gonna be your typical lights that you would see with the arms. It's gonna be the sign that's on the side of the road. So there's gonna be one as you're either coming east or coming west. You're gonna have that sign, and it's gonna say, stop here on red, and when it turns red, it's gonna, all kinds of, again, it's.
Because
we need it.
I have witnessed where I've seen where you're trying to exit the station house and the drivers just go around your apparatus.
Right. It's amazing.
Okay. So that's the first action item that you're asking for approval?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Velasquez, you got any other questions as far as the report goes?
Nope.
Okay. Commissioner Becker?
Is that it?
Well, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to. Yeah.
Well, I mean, is that the end of your presentation, or are
Yes.
we talking about the light?
So I'm asking for the light now, and then we can get into questions. I was just gonna do the light
Then
first.
him ask for questions for the Gannon report.
Okay, so we're just approving or not approving the light at this point?
No, we're going through questions first.
So you're talking.
Sure.
So we can ask questions
Sure.
about the Gannon.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you made some recommendations here, and you're saying all these changes. So my first question is, do we have the staff for all the things that you are going to implement? And also, what I found that happened in the last 8 months is we did a lot of promotions from within the department. We only brought one supervisor from the outside that we brought in from Orlando. I don't know, how does that change the culture, or how does that build morale, or how is it going to change to build trust?
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing when you're going for promotions and having someone from within, I think that, especially now, there's a lot of buy-in. They have a lot of buy-in. They want to make these changes. It's identifying those key areas, talking about succession plans, things that, Mr. Gannon even recommended. Those are key components that come in by being exposed to your organization. Yeah, getting that education from the outside as well, but looking at who wants to step up and take the lead. There's a lot of things that can be said about coming from your own organization. It's.
But it was the same organization, and I have to be careful with how I use that. You had the same people in office during the accident, but now you're promoting them and giving them different.
Well, we have two different people now. The life safety chief switch, that person switched roles, but we have a new inspector and a new training chief. So there are some different people that were in there before. Also, understand that when we do these promotions, what I'm asking for the deputy chief with the EMS in person, and believe me, there's a lot of our people who are, and it was even identified by Mr. Gannon, who are motivated, highly motivated individuals who are going to make great leaders for this place someday. I think that's important that we encourage that.
Would it be beneficial to our fire department? The Gannon report provided the deficiencies and recommendations. So rather than you taking it on to create those changes or to institute changes, would it be beneficial for us, the city, for the fire department, to bring in that outsider to help you strengthen your fire department and to ensure that it is brought up to the level that we are now expecting?
In my opinion, no. I think our best option is to utilize the resources we have. Understand, half of our department is brand new. You know, there's a lot of
And that's, for me, that's the very reason to bring someone from the outside. When you say no, can you explain to me why you would? We actually, after the accident, and I'm going to say the city because I have to be part of the city, we went out to look for an organization to help us
Sure.
figure out how to make our department better. They went and they did their investigation, and Gannon came back with this report. Now you're saying we would not benefit with them coming in and helping to strengthen our fire department. It's just contradictory. We asked them to come evaluate us, and now we're saying we don't need them. So that's where I'm kind of confused.
The biggest thing is the evaluation. You know, that's something always welcome, whoever, you know, an outside look. But I think it's important that we, you know, since we've kind of even started talking about this, I've had lots of people come to me saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm so interested in this position," thing to that nature. I think it would be harmful to stop that growth. You know, everyone always tell, and it's one of the things I always tell firefighters, none of us are ever going to be here forever. I understand that, and it's putting the right people who are dedicated, who are part of our department, and showing that they have potential for growth, the potential to move forward within our agency. I think that's critical. Do we absolutely take these recommendations? That's exactly what we're doing. You know, we need.
But I just don't understand why the resistance, or to say, no, we would not consider hiring them to come in to help us, to help you, the fire department, to kind of guide you, direct you,
If you give me
and
these,
give you the
if
expertise
you give
to
me
get
these
there.
resources, I promise you we're going to make things happen.
I don't want you to promise. I want to understand how, right now with the personnel that we have, we don't have the expertise, but we're looking to get there, which I commend you for that. But I just feel having an outside organization that actually has created for us sort of a step up to how do you get from where you are at now to here, and I can help you get there, that you would say, no, we don't need them. We can do it on our own. And yet, we weren't there. That's where I'm kind of on the fence right now.
Yeah, having the recommendations, sure, that's phenomenal. That's something, that's what we asked for. And we want to use our current staff. And we do have very qualified people, highly qualified people in positions now, and people who want to make a difference. You know, I think it's discouraging if we don't encourage that for the morale. You know, I think by showing people who have an opportunity, especially if we're vested in this opportunity, you know, the biggest thing, change maker, I get that. I think change manager, I think what you need to do is let us manage the change. And as much as we all want to move forward. I think that's the biggest thing. I feel the pulse of council. I feel the pulse of my guys and gals. I feel the pulse of the public. We all want to move forward. And if we can get some of these positions in place, we have an established plan. We've been working tirelessly. We've shown you this is not, and I think that's the falsehood of a lot of this is falling on deaf ears. It's not at all. I want to leave this place better, period. And I want to produce people. That was my biggest goal coming in, was succession plans. We've never had a succession plan, ever. any key position. We had people, if you would write out a grade, it's because you happen to be there and you're the rank below. Well, I've established it now where that person replacing that lieutenant is as qualified as that lieutenant they're replacing. These are things that I've believed in for a long time. So if we can develop our people the right way, we're going to make us better in the long run.
All right, I'll just keep beating, so I'm going to let the next commissioner ask you questions. And
Commissioner Becker?
Yeah, I mean, I wish you could feel my pulse right now. I'm just pumping like crazy. We had a conversation the pre-meeting before the last city council meeting, and I kind of gave my blueprint to you. Now, again, this is just one person, of how I think you could have come into this room and knocked this presentation out of the park. But unless I wrote down every single thing that you just told me that you were doing, I mean, we're just looking at blank words on a page, on a PowerPoint slide. Like, when I spoke with you, it was a great opportunity for us to take this report and almost go page by page or point by point or major concern or call out that Gannon did in their report, and not be combative like the first iteration of the first month spent rebutting this thing, but more so, this is how we understand it as a department. Hey, they cited this particular fire standard. We disagree with their assessment. We feel like we are in accordance, and here's why. Or there's material concerns listed in here via verbatims of your own men and women that you lead, that could have said, hey, we take to heart some of your concerns about your own life and your own safety, and mapped out what you plan to do about every single point within this report. I mean, doing a presentation where it's just all about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and then what am I supposed to follow? We received this report, or you received this report on January 18th, a soft copy that up until February 23rd, my understanding is that the only real kind of things that were done to this report is just try and rebut most of the points. And you talk about how we don't have a strategic plan. When were you appointed chief again? What year?
2019, I think.
2019.
Yes.
So, and obviously pandemic hit beginning parts of 2020, but, and again, not to tell you how to do your job, but to say that the strategic plan was never put in place because of the pandemic just seems short-sighted to me. The pandemic, for the most part, has been not subsided, but not as impactful as it was in 2020 or the beginning parts of 2021. For us to say that we still don't have a draft and it's going to be future tense going out on April 3rd. And I guess another call out would be, does the city have a strategic plan? Do you have a strategic plan? No. So it may be unfair to you to ask you for your strategic plan if the own administration and the city doesn't even have one. What are you supposed to anchor yourself back to? It's just a comedy of lack of planning. Comedy in the most worst sense of the word. You know, my thing, again, to kind of go back to kind of looking at the substance of the report. It's okay to be fully transparent and admit faults. That makes you human. And I think when I was listening to the words of the Duran family as they were speaking this evening, Mrs. Duran and I probably think the exact same way in terms of prioritization. What is critical that needs to be done like yesterday in here? What is a nice to have 6 months from now? What can really be pushed out a year or two away? Mr. Duran's, you know, he's getting to the point where he's pounding his fist on the lectern because he just wants someone, and sorry, a word cloud in a presentation that says accountability is actions, not a word cloud on a presentation. That's all that everybody wants, is just someone to say, damn it, I take accountability. We're going to get this stuff fixed. Not to say, a quote, I realize under my tenure as fire chief, Austin's accident occurred. We all hurt. that's taken away from their hurt when you try and make it about you or us, because it's not us, it's the Duran family. And I'll just say this, I mean, we keep on talking and talking and talking. And on, talking about, I find it ironic, right? Key recommendation 3, the city of Apopka needs to provide the financial support to fund and plan for the needed, health and safety, which we've done. But ultimately speaking is we need to properly fund the department as it should run. Again, I go back to many budget workshops ago talking about staffing models, and yes, you acquiesce to saying that we should have 3-person engines, if budget weren't an issue. Well, there's just past behaviors of this continually being the case. You take credit for health and safety, but again, it was the commission that forced you to do it. So I'm trying to find nuggets of, okay, you exhibited that behavior, maybe there's hope that it'll happen in the future, but I just don't see it. Every time it's future tense, I'm going to do this. We had a real opportunity to show the public that we are going to own this, and here's everything that we're going to do to fix it. We've had 2 months to huddle and do that work. And I don't see any evidence of it here. And the last point that I'll make is, again, and someone brought it up earlier, our former fire chief was let go for a much, really, quite honestly, from a factual standpoint, unsubstantiated claims. But I just don't see how, combined with an 85% vote of no confidence, how you can remain in the position with, again, lack of strategic plan. Again, future tense on that. It's just 85% no confidence with the men and women in your department. And then tonight, like, a very underwhelming presentation, I must say.
Mr. Smith?
Well, the beginning of the meeting, we heard from 3 members of the family, and you could feel their emotions and their heart. And I know we all want the best for our city and for our firefighters. And I think you did yourself a little injustice tonight, because the presentation that you gave to me, I don't know about the rest of the commissioners, but the presentation you gave to me was an outstanding presentation as to how you plan to move forward. And it was a lot more than the few bullets that you've shown us here tonight. And maybe you should have taken the time to put all of those things into your presentation tonight. And I knew it would have been a longer meeting, but it would have been well worth it. So they can actually see your heart and what you plan to do moving forward. I've heard you say about a number of positions that you want to either create or to promote people to. And when you're promoting, we also need someone to fill in those positions that those individuals are moving from. And as I said before, whatever that dollar figure is, I'm here to support that, to help this department get to where the citizens want it to be. So as well as promoting, we also need to be looking at additional positions to fill those positions that you're promoting individuals from in order to make the department what it is. I would strongly suggest that we take advantage of the offer that Gannon gave us in reference to coming on board and assisting us in doing this. And I don't have any doubt that you are not capable of doing that, but it wouldn't hurt to have somebody that was there also to lend that extra expertise and guide you in that direction. And if we do that, we just need to make sure that they understand their role, that you're still the chief, and they're there and as an advisory capacity. But I feel that that would be a great benefit to our department and would also help to rebuild the morale of our firefighters. That's my opinion.
Mr. Nesta?
This was lackluster. And I just want to start with kind of some questions, some comments. The biggest one was when I read this report, this specific comment just stood out to me. I highlighted it, underlined it, and we're going to start around it. There was conflict and disharmony before the accident. There's another one that goes into saying, I pulled to the station and have to, thank you, I have to take a deep breath before I go in now because it's become depressing and just a paycheck. Going back to, with that in mind, going back to what a change manager needs to be, you can't be everything. And somebody needs to be in here to tell you that you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm that person, but somebody that's hired that knows the industry, that knows what's going on within your own department. I don't know it. None of us know it up here. And again, each firefighter, just similar to any industry, how many firefighters do we have approximately?
Yeah, we're gonna have 100 and close to 130.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, that's 130 different people that learn differently, that communicate differently, that trust differently, that their love language is different. It's all different things. And so having somebody that is dedicated to communicating effectively is key to this. And I don't feel that you're the person that can communicate effectively for those people. I think one just example, the firefighter of the year, was that ever articulated to the family before it went public?
Yes.
I'm getting a different, but that's the point. That's the perfect example.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's a no on that, and you absolutely are gonna have time. Yes.
So just to clarify on that, everybody knows I go to the stations when Austin was here and I would visit him, and I still continue to do that now. So I still go to the stations and talk to his crew. So with all due respect, I was at Station 1, just happened to be there for another reason. And Jerry Maynard and Holyfield came out into the station and casually told me that Austin was going to be, voted firefighter of the year. So I think just if I can speak, our disappointment was that, we were not, officially notified. That was a casual conversation in the station with just myself and Maynard and Holyfield. So our disappointment was that it was nothing, official. So.
Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the point. That's just it, is that if he wasn't at the station at that time, how would that have been articulated? And again, it points to just the communication breakdown. So I understand, and I read your press release that, or your rebuttal, or whatever you want to call it, is just you're going to work on communication, which is fine, and that's great. But I do think we need somebody dedicated to telling you, hey, you're doing that wrong. Hey, let's communicate a little bit different with this station. They just seem to work in this fashion. I think that's another thing. I mean, have you been to all the fire stations within the last 2 months?
No, but I've been out visiting.
So again, that's another. Do you see where I'm coming from? I'm not trying to beat you up, but these are deficiencies that, again, a change manager is in there. When I go to the fire stations, I'm able to talk to the firefighters, and they start breaking down different things that they find deficiencies in because I've built confidence with them. I've built communication and trust. That's the same thing you could be doing the last 2 months, last 8 months, since 2019. So again, those are the areas where we need change. And I know that you feel you're the person to do it, but you're not doing it. So that's where we're having breakdown. And I specifically had asked on agenda review on Tuesday to meet with you to kind of go over this stuff. And this is the first one you haven't met with me that you sent to other chiefs. So that was really disappointing that I wanted to kind of hash things out beforehand and discuss this with you to see how tonight's presentation would go, things like that. And this is the first one you didn't show up, and I had specifically asked. So that was really disappointing. I think, again, it just points to you need somebody special in here that can articulate and talk to you in your office alone and say, look, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong. Here's how you can improve. Here's what you can improve. That is needed. I mean, that's unquestionable. That is needed. You cannot be the change manager. Absolutely not. That it's not going to work. with the way that the fire department feels now. Again, and we've talked about this weeks ago, months ago, is that we need to rebuild confidence. And doing that with the fire department and the fire staff, I think it's a third party that comes in and helps you with that. The fact that you haven't been to the fire stations, again, they need to help you with that. These are a lot of deficiencies here. And I mean, that was something that we had discussed during budget hearing, that I had blindsided you because I went to the fire stations and found deficiencies. So again, it's showing up and being there. I think that's so key and so important. That's kind of my biggest point. We need somebody else other than you being a change manager. It's absolutely necessary. The other things, the deputy chief, so can you kind of dive a little bit deeper into that? What's your plans for that? What does that look like?
Well, again, kind of to your point you just made, that deputy person is someone who comes in second in command. Basically, he's a person that confers with me on different things. If I'm absent, he takes charge. But really the big thing, taking on a lot of the operational roles and things that the changes we're trying to implement, frees me up to do a lot more of what I need to do. Go out and visit, gather the information, communicate. That's I think that role is critical and it will be helpful. That's why I agree.
So
with that role.
what's the, should you quit?
I'm not a quitter.
I'm not saying that.
I know,
Okay, should you retire? Who comes up next behind you? We don't have that, right? Like the deputy chief, we don't have a deputy chief, right? So there's
Right.
nobody.
Yeah, exactly what I want to start implementing and looking at the succession plan.
It's scary that we haven't had that lined up. And then again, the biggest one in kind of this whole report, and it says it is about the culture, things like that. And again, it goes back to the change manager being that different person that can talk to you specifically and says, hey, again, here's how you can effectively communicate with these guys on this truck or whatever it may be. Again, it's not my industry, so I'm not going to use the correct jargon on that. But you need somebody to advise you privately on how you can do better. I think that will go leaps and bounds. I mean, that's in any industry. Multi-million-dollar producers have life coaches and have coaches to direct them on how to do better and more refined processes. And assuming you're staying here, then that is absolutely needed. And I don't see why you would fight that at all. Help is help is help, and we can all do better. And you absolutely need that. And I mean, you should see the highlights that I have of just all the staff comments that I think that should be in your office, just written every wall of your office, all these old staff comments and how you can do better at these, how you can address each and every one that people don't feel safe. Rookies leading rookies is what our department is right now. One of the workplace culture starts at the top. Leaders who value people as their most important resource, engage with them. I underline that, start it, and show mutual respect can actively encourage employees to feel empowered to do their work. Engaging is showing up at the stations. It's eating dinner with them when you're not working. It's doing all of those things that get you out of your comfort zone and things like that. We need that, and you need somebody to come in and help you with that. I know you disagree, and that's okay. It's absolutely needed to effectively communicate and create that change that you need. That change isn't going to happen, and we're going to continue to lose firefighters if we don't have somebody directing you on how to do it properly. And I know other commissioners have said too, they would be open to hiring Gannon, that's the best thing for us. I'm open to that as well. I would be open to hiring Gannon or any similar company. It doesn't have to be Gannon, but just some company, a third-party individual that can come in that are knowledgeable and experts in this field and can just help us out. You've never dealt with this. None of us have dealt with this, and it's okay to say, this is tough. This is rough going through. So we need to do better. We've said that a million times. I don't know where we go from here. I was really expecting here's our number one things that we're working on. We got these, and here's how we've already accomplished some of these. Here's our two things that the 6 to 12 months down the road and things like that. So I just don't know what to say about this. I really wanted to be here to say.
Again, to that, that's, again, we're going to meet with you, show you these ideas, show my firefighters these ideas, every 300 things we looked at. We made sure we looked at this down to the periods, identified those out, have a plan. we're going to provide those timelines.
But I think that
Again,
was the
it's like-
expectation tonight, is to have a spreadsheet of, here's our level one most top priority. Here's how we're doing it. Here's the dates we're going to knock it out. Here's the people that are in charge in it. Here's some plans for how to achieve that goal. I mean, this is why we need somebody to come advise on how to knock out things like this. This is, it's strategic planning. I mean, it's all of this wrapped into one. So I get it. I know you guys are working on it. I've been meeting with you guys. You guys are working on this. It's just, we need deadlines. We need accountability. We need all of that. And we need somebody to help initiate that change. And it can't be you. I know you want to do it. I know you think you can. It cannot be you.
So read through the lines there. I mean, right, because Commissioner Velasquez asked the question, would the chief entertain that? His initial reaction is no. And so, in effect, if we're saying that the chief is not really doing what he should be doing at this point in the role that he's playing, adding someone like a Gannon, if there's not a mutual respect for the position being played, you're paying double the chief's salary for an output that's not going to be different. So, I mean, in my mind, there's only one course of action, and that's just new leadership. And I've given way too many, and guys, I'm not being unfair here. I said these exact same things during our pre-meeting. I said exactly, I was prescriptive about what my expectation would be when you stepped up to that lectern and talked about this report. So again, I was fully transparent. It's not like I'm saying stuff here that's unfair or out of bounds in my opinion, but I think it's time for new leadership. And hopefully that transpires.
Well, I think differently. And first of all, we don't want someone to come here and tell you, the chief, all of the things he's doing wrong, because he's doing some things right. So we don't want somebody to come in and just beat him across the head and saying, you're doing this wrong, this. We will look for somebody that's come here and work along with the chief in order to make the department what it is that we expect. And I believe that if we told the chief that we were going to hire Gammon to work along with him, that the chief would accept that, just as he did when we told him we want him to hire 18 additional firefighters. And so I believe he's capable of doing that.
But do you remember when we did that? It wasn't we had to beat him across the head with that. You had to do it. You had to say, how much money do we have to give?
And so let's do it again.
But that defeats the purpose. I mean, it's just, we're going to be back here again. We're going to be back here again.
Chief, I know we talked about the accomplishments that you'd made as it relates to the Gannon report, pre-Gannon report, during the Gannon report, and then things to be finished. Do you have that list? Can you?
We have certain things we've worked on this year as far as safety-related things, yes.
And while you're finding that, one of the things that, and you're right, he's working on his style of communication, and we've got somebody he's working with. We've had we've had him under contract. That's right. Joe's not here tonight. I'm going to say it's been 18 months.
Oh, Mr.
Bob Spencer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Bob, how long have we had Bob Spencer on? Glenn, do you know how long? Bob Spencer? Yeah.
I'd say it's been
18 months? So, and interesting enough, he's gone out to the last 2 weeks, he's gone out with the chief to the two of the stations, four stations, so 4 shifts, and giving him communication skills. I mean, we all have our faults. We have all our deficiencies. And so we're Bob Spencer's going a long way. They've got these personalities that we look at to, where his strengths are. Maybe he needs to work on his weaknesses, and where he can help. Bob Spencer's helping him get to the point where he's more communicative with the team. And so,
who's the city holding accountable? Why are you afraid to fire him? End of story. Accountability was on the big screen,
Okay.
big bold letters, like an introduction.
okay, can you give me the accomplishments? Did you find?
Yeah,
Chief?
so some of the things this year,
But it's, you know, I have to, can I just say this? It's not, it's almost like you're saying, these are your accomplishments, so
No,
let's
is it what relates
minimize.
to this, the
So
Gannon
let's
reports?
minimize what really is the issue here. The issue is, and I'm gonna say it, there was a fireman's life we lost. And so we're just saying, how can we improve safety? And I'll commend you on your accomplishments. But that's not the issue right now. The issue that we're trying to say is, what will help you be stronger as a fire department, build your morale, build the most important thing that has been lost, trust. And so I think you giving us the accomplishment still doesn't change the one thing that we don't have, that you don't have, trust. So all I'm asking is, would you consider hiring the very organization that you went to hire to help you find the deficiencies in the police department? I'm sorry, because I am a retired officer, firefighter in the fire department. That's it. It's not so complicated. Gannon provided the time to find and he did the interviews, he looked at the department, he gave you all the lists. These are all the things that, and I don't want to use the word wrong, because they're not wrong, because you've always worked under those conditions, the deficiencies. And so now we have this opportunity that they would come in and help you to bring that department up to that standard. I know who Mr. Bob Spencer is, because I've heard through the staff that he is trying to build leadership within the whole city, because it's just not you in the fire department with the morale problem. It's city, all around the city. And I'm glad that he's helping you to be a better communicator. I think that's such an asset. But at the same time, I think the issue here is hiring the Gannon organization to really help us and to help the fire department get to that level. And I agree with Commissioner Smith. When they come in, as long as we set the rules, you're the chief, but they will guide you. And it's not about what went wrong. It's about the deficiencies that got us to where we're at today. Austin Duran left us his diary. Those are his words. Let's honor those words. Let's honor it for him so that we never have to be where we are today. I cannot bring Austin back, but I don't want to minimize his loss either.
Any other? Sure.
Do you want to, Mr. Duran, do you want to speak? Can he, is it okay if he goes first? Thank you.
I'll be very brief. I think you guys just, if you don't mind, I just want to kind of just reiterate. I think that I think our gears are engaging now from what you guys are saying. And honestly, I swear, I hate coming in here and feeling like we're beating the chief up one side and down the other. I really want to explain to the city and everybody here that has to listen to our family every single week. We get no joy from this. We gain nothing from this. We lost everything, and we continue to lose every week we come here. The reason we do that, we've already lost Austin. You cannot take any more from us. And the reason we come here is to make sure that no other family No other father loses his son or family loses their daughter. That's why we do this. What do we gain here, guys? We're not getting paid to do this. We sacrifice our time, our own personal lives. Like my daughter was saying, she loses herself and struggles to get up. We put so much of ourselves into your city, into your fire department. We could just turn around and walk away. You've already took everything. What do we have to lose? You have to lose another firefighter. We already did. And I can assure you, you don't want to experience that feeling. And if I may let you guys know, Chris Gannon, he's here. And I would invite him up here and let him explain what he can do with our fire chief. I would like to say, I am a very strong advocate that 85% of our firefighters have no confidence in Chief Wylam. And other fire chiefs and lieutenants have been fired and written up for much, much lesser things. And I don't understand the loyalty when there was a death of a firefighter that was preventable. And what is the loyalty to Chief Wylam bewilders me. And we'll continue to push for that. In the meantime, we need changes today. He talks about changing, we're working on it, And I had talked to you guys earlier about, have you heard of a plan? Have you still heard of his plan? I have no idea what he was talking about. If I can have Chris Gannon come up, that would be great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of the City Council, members of the public. I've heard my name mentioned an awful lot tonight and in the previous 6 months leading up to this point. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to actually introduce myself. I do exist. I'm a human being. I'm a father. I'm also a son. This morning, my mother was diagnosed with cancer. And I sat with her in a hospital room in Port St. Lucie and said, Mom, I'm going to stay here with you and I'll cancel the trip to Apopka. She said, no way. She said, those people down there need you. And that's what the mother, father, relative of a firefighter, police officer, military veteran, that's what they're like. They're special people and they understand sacrifice. So I'm here in very, very difficult circumstances for myself. Not as difficult as the loss that these people have suffered, but it's been a tough day for me and for them celebrating this very difficult date in their family life. This morning, the first thing I did when I got into Apopka is I went to Austin Duran's grave. And I would encourage everybody to do that if you haven't already, because it puts this whole thing into perspective. The reason we're fighting, the reason we're disputing and debating is because of that young man's life. There's an awful lot being said, but we've got to all focus on the rationale behind this. As everybody has said and everyone recognizes, is to change and improve the culture in the fire department so that this doesn't happen to anyone else or anyone else's family. I think we all agree on that. I'm sorry I didn't really prepare anything official because I wasn't expecting to get up. But a lot has been said publicly and privately since the Gannon report was published. I'm even quoting my own name. And I really appreciate it can be difficult to accept criticism. I get it. Chief Wylam, your staff, I understand. It's not nice to read a critical report. It's a tough pill to swallow. But the reason that these reviews are done is to provoke a reaction. It's the whole point of the exercise, not to sugarcoat everything and produce a vanilla report. That doesn't help anybody. You asked us to look under every single stone, and we did our very best to do that. And it's tough. I get it. It's an expose, as you mentioned, Commissioner, before. And what I expect is a reaction, a positive reaction, not a fight or trying to twist this into an us versus them situation. We're all in this together. It's a collaborative effort. We've debated the findings extensively, but it's what comes next that really matters. The process identified a disconnect between staff and management, and a majority of members expressed that the department would benefit from some external experience with no personal affiliation to the city of Apopka. We are regularly hired to implement recommendations. I'm here today. I am willing, able, and ready to do that for this city. And believe me, there are much easier gigs out there. I've just come back from Thailand, and for those who felt I was gallivanting on a holiday, it was mentioned, I think, publicly, you can look at the latest industry magazine and see the feature, working with Buddhists and monks, talking about peace and unity. That's what we need here in the city of Apopka. It was suggested also publicly that the proposal of $150,000 for consultancy was out of line. But actually, it is in line with what you would be paying a deputy chief in this city. It's exactly in line with what you would be paying a deputy chief. Now, despite Apopka and the fire department getting significant media exposure, I've told you that I'm willing to step up and offer help because of the phenomenal people in this city. Going through the review process actually identified what Chief Wylam said, a tremendous fire department, excellent individuals, but they need help. They need a mentor. They need some coaching. They need somebody to actually steer them a little bit. And I know, Chief, you're being proud and stubborn, but you and all of the management team are overloaded. Can you please admit that? Be honest. You guys are doing way too much. Chief Sanchez, you're nodding. Can I take that as a yes? Right. Chief, you're head of training. You're one guy on your own. Is that satisfactory? Is that enough? Do the police rely on one training officer for the whole department? No, they don't. And there's a deputy chief sitting there ready to replace the police chief. You don't have a deputy chief. So instead of just plucking someone out of thin air and making them a deputy chief, let us come in as that change manager, deputy chief, mentor, groom, train, coach, so that when we step away, there's a competent individual ready to step up. Surely that makes sense. Staff of every rank, and I mean every rank, have said they like the idea of change management. And it seems very clear that it would satisfy all sides and allow us to collectively move forward. This isn't about usurping people or taking over. It's an opportunity for some professional collaboration and sharing global experience that will help reform and improve this department. I don't know what else can be said. I think everybody wants change. I think the fire department needs change, and we need to work together to implement that change. It's not for me to recommend any management changes. It would be unprofessional and incorrect to do that. But I'm here and I'm ready to help. If you accept that help, I'll dedicate everything I've got to this city and this fire department. If not, then good luck to the person or people that come in. Thank you very much.
Well, on that note, that's one of our biggest problems. Mayor Nelson took his position as mayor in the city because he was going to save us a bunch of money that was missing. He also told me to my face, I'm going to all the heads of every department and see how they qualify for their position. If they don't meet what they need to be, they're gone. I'll fulfill with someone that does. I've got to start cutting corners and saving money. Exactly what he told me. And the first thing he did, within 3 weeks after he got put in office, the lies started coming out about Chief Carnicelli. After that, a week later, was a different one and another one. And I talked with Brian. I said, Brian, you know, and I thought he was going to come in. He said, wasn't going to bother the fire department. But it's the only department he took a hammer to and started beating up. Well, it cost someone his life because he put, when he told me he put Sean Wylam in, I said, you got to be kidding me. He's not ready for that position. And like I've said 100 times, I said it already tonight. John's not a bad guy. But he has no public skills at all. His guys have lost their respect for him. He can't gain that back. It's gone. But you will lose more firemen if he stays. I don't know what our turnover's been, but since John has been appointed fire chief, I guarantee our budget has gone up to over $1 million from what it was, just on personnel. We don't need that training tower, like he says. We got one down on Cleveland Street. It works just perfect. Great training center. Guys, we need some leadership in there to take care of these people. Not only take care of them, take care of us. Brian, you've done a good job running all the seasoned people off. People with a lot of quality, a lot of experience, a lot of respect. They've been beat up and forced to retire. With you and this man here, you can come up with some good stories. But I want to tell you what, lies are lies. And you cannot sit here tonight and look at this family in their face, like I said, and not feel the hurt and pain. And then you'll sit back here and this man, under his watch, a firefighter was lost. But we lost a damn good fire chief under Chief Carnicelli over one person's lies. And I don't know what he got on you. I don't know what he did to get the fire chief. But it must be awful good, Sean. It must be awful good. But please, let's do something. I still think we need to replace Sean, but let's bring in the Gannon group. We got to get our firefighters back to trusting City Hall because they have no respect for up here. They're scared. That's why they're not sitting out here tonight. They're scared to come and see you. And the fire chiefs will sit here tonight and tell you he's only been to 2 departments in the last 6 weeks or whatever month. Those guys work for him. It's his job to stand up here and put on some gloves and fight for them. And tell you what they need, not ask you for what they need, tell you. My guys need this. We never as a fire department had to, I can tell you right now, Chief Gillum, Richard Anderson, Mayor Land, we never went without. We had training and we had personnel. We trained constantly. If that's for me, I'm sorry, but I ain't done. I'm almost. But guys, like I said, I'm not trying to get rid of Sean for any personal reasons, because I have nothing personally against him, except he's not a good representation for fire chief. Please replace him.
Well, let me just make one comment real quick to what you just described, because again, speaking about the fire station visits, again, this is a feedback that I provided to Chief when we spoke for the last city council meeting as well. And to hear that has not been top of mind or focus is again concerning. But they may not be in this room, but they're certainly watching on YouTube. I can tell you that. And the fire stations, they're watching because they reach out to us. And you know, and I think they know who the voices on this council are in terms of disappointment in our current leadership. I think it's, you know, instead of just our voice up here, we should take action. You know, I made a motion a couple meetings ago about taking that and making an action. So we don't have the authority as a council to make that removal. Only the mayor has that. But we certainly as council, if that's the pleasure of this board, can make our voices known, not just by commentary, but by formal action. I'm definitely prepared to do that if others are as well. but this is not sustainable. What we're doing every single meeting is not sustainable for the people in this room, everyone, and most importantly, the Duran family. But secondarily, the people that are Austin's brothers and sisters. They can't go through this trauma every single meeting. And to say that no changes are going to be made, and like the muscle memory from our mayor is to, oh, there's some friction. Oh, come on, get that back pocket top 10 list of things that we've accomplished. Okay, well, put it to the context of this report.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, do you want to go line by line here and say, okay, here was the finding. Okay, what have we done to do that?
He's got the.
Let's start with the first suggestion, since it's public comment.
Sure.
Most of y'all know my name's Dennis New. Some of you don't know. I spent 35 years in the fire service. I retired as a lieutenant because I refused to take promotions beyond that because I liked the job I had. I taught at the academy for 15 years, everything from recruit basic classes to chief officer development courses. A chief is a leader of men. A chief instills pride in a department. A chief instills confidence in the men. I started as a young man here in Apopka. I had the honor to work for people like Calvin Grossenbacher, Leroy Gillum, Norman Usler, Jerry Usler. I worked with Richard Anderson. I worked with Lee Bronson, all men that deserved the title chief. They were leaders of men. Key recommendation number 1, change the manager. What's a manager do? He sits in his office on his duff. By his own admission, he hasn't been to the fire stations. That's unacceptable. Every place I worked, every place I taught, every chief officer that came in visited every station at least once a month, including Orange County and Orlando. And a chief would have to be blinded, deaf and dumb and crippled to not see some of the things that the photographs were presented in the Gannon report. Respiratory protection's a big one. If you can't protect your personnel with a proper respiratory protection program, you're not doing anything. Bunker gear cleanliness is the next one. Station cleanliness is the next one. You know, no matter what you do, you can't. My grandfather told me a long time ago a story. He said, if you lose confidence in people, you'll never get it back. He said, it's like pooping your pants in church. It don't matter how many times you wash your butt. It don't matter how many times you change your pants. When you walk into church, everybody goes say, that's the boy that pooped in his pants. Change the manager right there. And it's not his fault. It's your fault. You put him there. Grossly underqualified and unable to do the job. It's time. You do what you want, but until you fix it, nothing's going to change at the fire department. You're going to come in here, he's going to stand up here, he's going to mumble so you can hardly hear the words he's trying to enunciate. The city commission is going to have to beat him over the head to accept change, to accept more staffing, to accept help with his communication skills and his leadership ability. He could work in this department for another 50 years. And the young men and women of this department that voted no confidence on him will never have it again. How do you follow a leader that you're afraid you have no confidence in? By his own admission, not being in every station in the last month is enough for termination. How's anything ever going to get done? How's he going to know what to tell the subordinates to get fixed if he's not seeing it? And all of this goes way back before he was responsible for young Mr. Duran's death. It goes back to the day he was hired. He should have been off his duff and out doing something then. But no, he went into his office and he was playing solitaire. I don't have a dog in the hunt. I don't even hardly know any of the young men and women that work here anymore. But I live in this city, and I'm a taxpayer, and I want a better fire department. And it starts with key recommendation 1, change the manager.
Okay, I'm highly challenged, so. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nikki McGuire. I'm a homeowner, business owner of multiple businesses within the city of Apopka. I do attend these meetings, and I've sit quietly, listening. I think it's my time to speak. Mr. Duran, I cannot comprehend to the max what you guys are going through. I'm a mom. I have 3 kids in the military. Why they made that choice? God knows. Every night, I pray for them. As first responders, I cannot imagine what you guys felt getting that call. I think I am not in the position to ask for anyone to resign. It's not my place to take food off anyone's table. So, Chief, I'm not asking for your resignation, but I'm asking you to listen to us. Our communication, and I know you don't know who I am, but you and I have communicated. And the part that pushed me to come up here is when I heard that for 18 months, so that's way before Austin's, he has been mentored. It's not working. And the reason why I know it's not working is because of my personal experience. I own a nonprofit here, and thank you to every one of you up here who has supported and has helped. Officer Wiggins, my hat to you. You've been there from day one. However, every year we teach the kids within Apopka about the city of Apopka. And we did a city tour, which includes the fire department, the museum, the Apopka Police Department, City Hall, the mayor, even the previous mayor has been part of it, meeting with the kids. Unfortunately, since the new chief came on, we have not been able to do that. I sent him an email this year because after several calls last summer with no answer, no return calls, nothing, the kids were unable to visit the fire department. I sent him an email this year, and I did get, I'm not here to put anyone on blast. I'm here for further improvement. The fire chief, you responded and said you would love to host, but there was no apology for not returning any of our calls. So clearly, whoever you're working with, teaching you people skills, it's not working. I sit here and I listen to the family. You have not sent any condolences to them. So whoever has been mentoring you, it's not working. So my suggestion is not asking you to quit your job. You make way more than I do, so I'm sure you're capable of feeding your family, but it's not my position to take that away from you. But what I'm asking you to do, if I had the opportunity where someone is offering to coach me, my business is nowhere near the level of what the city is handling, I would say take it. What I do on a daily basis, and this is what I tell my staff, I go by the Kaizen philosophy. Kaizen is a Japanese term that means continuous improvement. So what I do is when I approach a staff meeting, I ask them, please don't sugarcoat anything for me. Whatever I'm doing is great. Whatever I'm doing good is great. But please, let's see how can we make it better. I tell my kids, my advice to them as they grew up is, and I promise I'm wrapping up. I tell my kids, and this is, I'm just giving you some tips. If you want to take it, take it. I tell my kids, they will never like me as a mother while they were kids, because my job is to train them right. So I tell them, as you become an adult, this is what I want you to do. Everything you like that you see me do good, strive to do it better. And everything you did not like that I do, make sure you don't do it. So, Chief, I'm asking you, please, we trying. I've spoken to a lot of citizens. I've spoken to the commissioner, spoken with Officer Wiggin. We trying to bring the community back together. Please accept Mr. Gagnon's help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pastor Hezekiah Bradford, 573 Smoke Mount Court. As I was sitting there listening, and I feel your pain. I had a son that was murdered, and it's the worst thing that ever happened to me in all of my life. I don't know how many others, mothers and fathers, children's funeral, but it was not the same when I had to face my son laying in a casket. Everything rises and falls with leadership. Poor leadership will always determine the outcome of whatever happened in any situation. I pastor a church. Leadership is my number one objective. And so if we have a fire chief who have not visited the few fire stations that we have, it does give an indication that he is not really concerned about the development or the care of the people that are under his watch. As a pastor, I have to go to hospitals, nursing homes, homes of people that is hurting, watching others on ventilators. And so when I heard him say no to developing his skills or accepting help, that is stubbornness. And the Bible calls stubbornness the same as witchcraft. I feel and I believe with all of my heart that anybody who is in leadership should be, first of all, willing to accept help when there is help to be offered. You should never be willing to try to accept all of the responsibility on yourself. So when I'm hearing him say, no, he don't need this help, no, 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 that is a sign of poor leadership. Everybody needs help. Let me go a little further. I believe every one of the commissioners and as well as the mayor should be doing all that they can do to visit each and every one of our fire stations, because you all are hearing that 85% of the people there has no real communication or care for the person who is in leadership. Eventually, it's going to affect our entire community, not just the fire department. It can roll over into the police department. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to say this to you and every one of you who has an opportunity to talk to our chief. It is very important that we begin to talk when it comes to leadership and communication. We need to make sure that the people who are working with him and under him respect him. And more likely, I have to say, once you lose respect, it's hard to get respect back. So what do? Do we change? I'm not here to tell you what to do with him, but I am going to say to the chief that he needs to be willing to accept help. Responsibility is one of the things that we must look at as a leader, and we have to take on the accountability. Where there is no accountability, we lose sight of responsibility. Mr. Mayor, you are responsible for the people that you hire. They are accountable to you. And when they are not doing their job, it is your responsibility to make sure you get somebody who's willing to do their job. Thank you very much.
Leroy Bell, 2308 Blue Meadows Court, Mount Helen. I got a question for Mr. Rodriguez.
There's no question, just you're directing to us.
Well, we'll direct it to you, okay.
Sure.
if that's the way you want it to be directed to you. Now, here's the thing. Mr. Gannon just came up and laid it out for you in layman's terms. In layman's terms. Now, only thing you need to do is find money to pay Mr. Gannon to babysit this chief that you don't want to get rid of. In layman's term, we know that you know how to do it because guess what? To bring it back to your attention, you know how to get the money situated, right? Because you said that you would work for $75,000. You found out a way to get you $150,000. You found out a way how to sneak in a raid that these people voted for that they didn't know anything about it. Why don't you sneak in some money to hire Mr. Gannon so we can save lives and don't have to be in the position that this family in? Can you do that? Commissioners, all you got to do is make a motion. If you make a motion and somebody second, he got to act on it. If it's not legal, this man right here tell it. Now, his fire chief have lost 85% of confidence. You guys sat next to Bozo that they'd have lost 100% in him. Now, when the next fireman pass away for the lack of leadership, it's not just on his shoulders, it's on each one of y'all's shoulders. Find the money.
Sylvester Hall, 3091 Rolling Hills Lane. After all that's been said tonight, I think anybody who has any leadership skills whatsoever, if you was in another organization and what has been presented here tonight, there is no way changes would not be made. There wouldn't even be hesitation. And the sad part of it is, these are first responders. It's not a Popeyes. It's not a McDonald's. These are first responders. And when they lose 80%, 85%, that's telling all of you we have a problem. Now, I agree 100%, and I said this probably about 3 months ago, but nobody listened to me. I said, reassign the fire chief and bring in the former fire chief to get some stability. The two young men that was on the safety committee, I said, bring those two guys back also. If we had done that, I think we would have been in a much better place tonight. But I'm gonna make this recommendation again. Reassign the fire chief, bring in the former fire chief. You have some stability until you find the fire chief that you want. Bring Mr. Gannon on board. And when I say bring him on board, if you bring anybody else on board, you don't know anything about leadership. Because this company don't came in, they don't sit down, they don't talk to some of the firefighters, and they got a rapport with them, and they understand them. So if you bring somebody else new in, it's gonna start the whole process all over again. So now you're telling on your leadership skills and maturity. And you can't do that. So in order to move forward for this city, reassign Mr. Wynum, because it's not fair to him. I actually feel sorry for him because that's a lot of pressure to get up here and know that you're on the spotlight for all the cameras to see. And Mayor, like I said, that was your choice to put him in that position. You put him there. You made that decision. And look at the domino effect it don't have on the city. Mayor, you got the power to change that. Commissioners, if he don't take that power, you guys should rise up and make that motion. We need to reassign. You see, he don't want any help. Arrogance, not understanding that you need help. That's not a place for a leader to be when you have a fire department or a police department. You can't have that, period. When you look at the loss of anyone, you can't get no more. The paramount for safety, it already should be highlighted. But when you lose somebody, it's time to sit back and revamp. Go through everything with a fine-tooth comb. How do we make changes? Who do we have make those changes? And it's stupidity to think that you can put some guys in leadership positions that was part of the process. It's stupidity to think that you can have these guys as first responders not be properly manned. That's not good leadership. And we have all heard it all tonight. I truly believe that somebody should make the motion, if not to remove him, to reassign him and bring on the Gannon team to come in and do the training. Thank you.
Rod Olson. I've struggled with this. Austin family, I know I shared it with you, but over 40 years ago, I lost my sister. About a year before my mother passed away, she told me a little bit of me died every day when I lost my sister, Marcia. I ask that you look at the Austin family, and you can, whatever decision you decide to make, and that's for everyone in this room, is to keep that in mind. I hate to say this, but my mother also taught me another thing. She used to always say, I pray for you, I pray for you. I said, I pray for you. Until she passed, and I saw lists everywhere. You couldn't open anything where she didn't have someone she was praying for. From that day forward, over 20 years ago, I pray every night. Sometimes that list is long. The Austin family's on it. Sean, you're on it. There's a number of other people that are on it. I hate to say this, but at the end of that prayer, I say, if anything happens to my 3 kids or my 9 grandchildren, let it be the day after I die, because I don't know what I do. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Any final comments before we got the business item, which is the $20,000?
So, well, I'm curious about the $20,000. So from my understanding, that's the invoice for the Gannon report that we didn't have to approve. Why would we?
$20,000 is for the.
I get that. The point that I'm making is, why do we as a council have to approve a $20,000 expenditure when we didn't have to approve a different $20,000 expenditure? The council never approved the Gannon report to be commissioned, is the point that I'm making, correct?
No, yes, we did. Yeah.
Did we?
Yeah. Yes.
Did the council approve, the council commissioned the Gannon report?
No, I didn't know
We
about
had,
the
it was
Gannon.
it was a bid. There were 3 bidders, and they were the low bid. I think all 3 were under 50,000, so it didn't rise to the level of an RFP. But I've
made representations that the Gannon report was not commissioned by this council many times, and I've not been corrected.
The funding, and Blanche wasn't here she couldn't answer that. Yeah, it was discussed. Chief, you remember how? Come on down.
This is like you said, we went through the normal procurement process. I think the difference with this one is we're asking for funding out of the traffic reserves, because it's paying for a traffic-related thing. That's the.
That way, for 50 years, won't worry about the more serious like old kids.
Okay. I guess I missed that. Typically, when we have an appropriations request, it talks about what fund it's coming from. So
yeah.
I just connected that. You spent $20,000 without council authority. I don't know why you would come to council to get the authority for another 20,000.
We didn't, we'll research and bring it back to you. I don't think we approved the $20,000 without your council approval.
Well, this was the normal.
No, we're talking about going back to the Gannon report.
Yeah, it was a normal procurement process. We got three bids, because of the way it worked, and we hired them. So again, difference is it's coming from.
Sorry, I digress. I think it's kind of a no-brainer. I would move to approve the $20,000 for the light.
Yeah, just,
We can, I mean, if you're.
But
I don't have a problem with that. That's not.
we're going to get to the next piece of
I know,
business.
and I don't want to do that yet. We can though, but sorry. Sure. I just, Mayor, you've heard it all. You've been sitting in that seat. You're hearing the same things where, so
Yes.
what's your?
Well, I think.
Before you respond, I have a question. Sure. In the event that we hire Gannon in order to come on, is he going to be a city employee or is this a private contractor?
Yeah, private contract.
Okay, all right.
Yes. Because they've got more resources than just him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yes.
So, what's your feedback? Where do we go from here?
Well, I mean, I wish we had because I thought you had a whole list of, because we wanted, as through the Gannon report, some of the things had already been accomplished before we got the Gannon report. There are things that we accomplished, while we're up to this point, and there's things that are to be accomplished that we haven't accomplished yet, based on the Gannon report, which is what we're talking about. So Chief, I thought you had
We have a list we've been tracking what we've been doing so far this year.
Yeah, well, can you just, the ones that, and this is all based on the Gannon report, right? This list of.
So again, some
Or
yes, some no.
safety,
Right.
okay.
The oxygen, we had the big oxygen cylinders is one of the things that we want to help them with their lifting up into the stations. We purchased that. Helps to lift
You
the
need
huge.
to talk, get closer to them.
Sorry.
Raise it up. Yes.
One of the things we've purchased through the Gannon report recommendations is an oxygen cylinder lift. One of the things we started before that was suggested in the report is replacing of the station beds. That was budgeted last year. Leadership training classes with the Central Florida Fire Chiefs Association. We sent 2 of our members to that. Fire command simulation training. We sent people for that, which is a recommendation. Trailer safety inspection stickers. Everything SAW is a class we put on here. FD safety officer membership. Command classes, passport accountability system, ambulance organizers, replace station signage, exit signs, things like that. Dedicated clinician for AFD staff, something we purchased. Safety cabinet, all related to the reports. Things before, we wanted, like I said, we want to start the accreditation process. It's something I purchased before Gannon came. Personal trainer and nutritionist. We sent someone to school to do that before even the report came out. Safety railing training, trailer, station mattresses, roadway incident response, train-the-trainer safety learning network. So there's things, again, that we've accomplished before with the report and things we definitely have to move forward with things we've talked about in some of our recommendations.
Can you put that list down, and get that to all the commissioners as well as to the?
I do believe most of this, we've gone over this, right, every
Okay.
week, or every other week.
Okay.
All of us. So, that's not the conversation. Yes, we've definitely made improvements, obviously. But again, there's additional feedback. We're asking, can we help you? And you say no. So how do you?
Well, no, he's saying external help. And I
Right.
think, we definitely want to look at going back and getting somebody to, to make sure that the suggestions that Gannon has made to us, that we accomplish those.
Or
Yeah,
even-
absolutely. We
Even
wanna
an
go back.
accreditation process is going to oversee a lot of that stuff. That's, the plan for coming up in the middle. I'm not opposed to help. I really, that's why want to put a deputy chief in position. I want to put things that Mr. Gannon suggested into place. That's going to help all of us, especially, free up a lot of things that we'll be able to accomplish a lot more. That's the ask. And that's, really, I know, again, if you really look at things have looked at, the 300 recommendations, how we're going to quantify that and show you the progress we're making. That's the big thing. You know, it's the
I disagree.
recommendations.
You haven't been able to articulate, because again, as a body up here who are the leaders of the city, who have to make sure that you are properly funded to get all the critical issues resolved that you need. You're talking a whole bunch of stuff here, but it's nowhere that we can just kind of point to say, hey, this thing is covered now. We can take this artifact, we can go line by line again with each concern. Each concern should say, yes, it's outstanding still. No, it's not, it's resolved. If it's outstanding, what's the priority? If it's high priority, or really if it's any priority, what's the cost to address it? Because as a council, it would help us then budget during budget time to say, okay, again, I ask this every budget, are all the critical spend items covered? And I always get a yes answer, but it's really not the case. But then it allows us to properly budget to make sure that you have what you need. Again, we're hearing a whole bunch of stuff in these council chambers, and it's kind of hard to follow. I mean, I can write down my chicken scratch, but I won't be able to read it 4 hours from now. Yeah, we've had some debriefings on our pre-council meetings, but again, nothing a formal document that says these things.
Can you get,
And I'll send you all, we have itemized 300 different items. We're working through this. That's the whole, again, 2 months, it takes a lot to digress a lot of this stuff. It does. It's sitting down with staff. Who's going to be assigned to certain things, what we're looking for, how we're going to identify initiatives. Are we
With all
gonna
due
create
respect,
initiatives?
there's a fine balance between what's in that big manual, lower level detail, versus what we've seen here tonight. You have not connected clearly with anybody in this room. And if that's a reflection of our community, I would say for the most part, that's going to be the case too. I mean, I just,
so why don't we, by the next council meeting, Chief, can you and the team go through and go through the Gannon report and just send it to you? Just have it.
80% no confidence in their commanding officer. That would not fly an organization on me.
Hire Gannon. Make a motion
well, in that case, I mean,
And I believe that's where we are. We need to decide whether we're going to hire Gannon or not and move forward. I think we're spinning our wheels.
Right. We can't.
So we need to just go ahead and decide, is that what we're going to do or not? And my motion is that we hire Gannon.
We can't do that. So we gotta have that. We gotta have that as an agenda item next. We'll have it on the next council meeting. We have.
Don't have an issue with you considering whether or not to hire Gannon or to hire someone else, but because of the amount that was proposed in the report, I think this is a matter that has to go through the procurement process.
Yes.
Because we're looking at a contractor at the minimum amount that was stated in the report was $150,000. So with that, I would advise to follow the procurement policy in order to proceed to move this forward. I'm not trying to push this down the road, but I think this council has to follow its procurement policies because of the amount. Whether we have to actually have a quote, have a request for qualification, or whether we have to hear bid for a contractor specialized in this, and not just have someone who's coming to the meeting actually lobbying this council for a $150,000 contract that's falling outside of our procurement process. So I would advise to follow the procurement process, please.
Can I?
So what motion do we make in order to get it to the procurement department?
No, you can direct staff to begin the process, to begin
All
the
right.
procurement process.
So moved.
Can I just ask you one question for clarity? May I ask a question for clarity? When we hired them for the 20,000, was there anything that if we were satisfied with the report or whatever, that they would be hired thereafter?
No, I do not believe that was. I think if I don't want to speak. I mean,
You said there was
No.
There wasn't. Because I'll tell you the truth, I don't ever remember hearing that we were hiring Gannon until the Gannon report came out, and then I realized we did hire them. That's how, am I
Well,
correct in saying that?
I don't know, I don't remember.
Because I
I'll fi-
don't,
I'll find out.
Commissioner, do you remember?
It would have been prior to my time.
Oh, no, so
I was trying to, while we were going through, I was trying to skim through all of our old agendas really quick, which
I just don't ever
I didn't see it,
remember
but-
voting for Gannon. I only learned of Gannon when the report came out. So, okay.
Because I remember we had three, all three were listed and we picked.
Right,
the
which
low
is
bid,
part
which
of
was
our,
Gannon.
our
Yeah.
normal
Yeah,
procurement
yeah.
process, because
So-
it's not above a
If
certain
you could just
threshold, we
bring
don't
that
have
back,
to.
was it heard
Sure.
by us? Because I don't
Okay,
know.
okay, folks, we
Okay,
everybody need to
so
be quiet.
at this point, then we're just going to ask to have a procurement.
Well, it's to go through the procurement process, because at a
Process.
minimum, to what knowledge we have based on what was presented in the report, the minimum dollar threshold that they've presented is $150,000. So with that amount in question, I would advise that we go through the procurement process through the similar process that the city goes through for the hiring of independent contractors to serve as consultants or independent contractors on behalf of the city.
So, and that's, and I'm having a little bit of heartburn here because that's one component of this, but again, Mayor, I want to hear from you because you're the guy. So where are your thoughts? What is your head at? So let's say we don't hire Gannon. What do we do? Where is your head at with
Well, I
that?
think we need to have somebody that kind of a post, if you're asking me, I think we ought to wait 6 months to see where we're, get things done, and then you've got, I'd say the new budget year, see what they've accomplished. You got the Gannon report, what we've accomplished in the 6 months, and then you still prioritize past, okay, here's the Gannon report, here's what we've got accomplished in the 6 months, and then we say, okay, now what have we got left out of that report?
Well,
that we
so I guess what metrics are you holding the chief to or any department head to say you're adequately doing your job or you're inadequately doing your job? Is there a litmus test for you on that, or what is? Because again, we don't.
Yeah.
What does that look like? I know it's a.
Yeah, I mean, that's come on, folks, we need to be, this is the council itself. This is the council. The discussion, the public is now no longer eligible. So I think we have to hold him accountable, absolutely. And what, when we talk about, and you're absolutely right, he needs help with communicating with his team. And Bob Spencer is a great guy. He's done some leadership. He has not done the leadership with the chief. I know he said we've had him for 18 months. Chief has not been a part of that for that 18 months. It's been people that we've tried to bring up. It's for future leaders of all departments. We've had everybody we've had all but police and fire. So public works.
I understand.
And
Yeah.
admin, all those.
So then I guess that's my question again. What can we? Let's say we do say 6 months, no Gannon, no nothing.
Yeah.
What is your?
It's 6
Hey,
months.
we've gone too far. We need to go a different direction. Where's your the buck stops here? We've gone, like, something needs to change. There's got to be a point for that. There's got to be somewhere where you say, hey, we either do a demotion and bring somebody else in.
I think by the end of this fiscal year, I think we should know where we're at.
No, I completely disagree, because what is proof that is needed? Well, there's been a whole bunch of compelling evidence tonight. One, how do we measure success for our chief? Usually it's anchored in a strategic plan with stated goals and objectives and what we're trying to accomplish as a city. Clearly that does not exist. So we can't measure his success that way. We have a 85% vote of confidence. That's another piece of evidence. But the most compelling is who's not in this room. And I'm not putting that on the chief, but what I'm saying is that there's markers there that indicate that we need real change in leadership.
Mayor, do you feel that same way? That was the sentiment of a lot of people, of everybody. So where's your head at to say that 6 months is worth it?
I think we've got, if you go back to the former chief and the current chief, and Bob Spencer is our coach, would tell you they were completely opposite in the spectrum on how they manage. one was by feel and whatnot, one's by structure. And so, and Sean Wylam is a structure guy. And so he's got to get out of that comfort zone, which is structure and processes and all that, and get out and be a part of the bigger, the team.
Agreed.
And so
Yeah.
that's where Bob Spencer's coming in and try to help him get to that, those qualities that I think we, and I'm kind of in that same boat is, we try to get, we don't ask for their opinion. And sometimes you could have a guy just hired 6 months ago that could be have a great idea, but if you're bound in term, we've always done it this way, then that's not the way, we're going to go. So I think you have to be open to new ideas, not to say you're going to always take them. I mean, I would think, I challenge our team the same way is, I challenge them and say, okay, hey, I've got an idea. Why won't this work? If they give me a compelling reason why it won't work, then we move on and accept their plan of attack. So I think, you can go back as many years as you want and look at the fire department. And I think a lot of times we've over the years have not, for instance, all the stations and all the improvements that you've asked for, they've been that same way for 22 years.
I don't disagree, but that doesn't make it right.
No,
So,
I agree.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Again,
it's for fire chiefs, and so
I agree. I understand that. We're not going to change everything overnight.
Correct.
That's not my ask, but you can talk to people overnight. You can show up to fire stations overnight.
No, right.
And that's, it's been 8 months now, and I've been to fire stations. I've been looking at them. I've been seeing them, and great things have been changing, but I think it's because I went there. We're lacking a lot of accountability. And I know, Chief, you keep saying that I'm accountable because I feel you're checking a box for yourself that, well, I jumped through this hoop. That shows that to me I'm accountable, but in reality, how your staff feels or things like that, it's not accountable. So I know it seems like we're spinning our wheels and things like that, but it's because we don't have any metrics in place that are saying we've achieved this or we've not achieved this. It's a green or red. It's yes or no. We're just saying everything's so ambiguous still. And even if we hire Gannon right now, I need buy-in, and I don't feel that we have that either. So that's the problem, is that we can spend $1 million a year. We just budgeted that $1.1 million, and is it getting the change that we need? And I don't know if it is. So I understand time. It does take time to fix some deficiencies of the past. Obviously, we're dealing with that again throughout the city itself. But these are lives. It's not just infrastructure projects and parks now. These are lives that we're dealing with. So I don't know what the fix is here, but we can't wait 6 months. So that's my concern. And again, to Commissioner Becker's point, that nothing else is pointing to, and no other staff members are coming up, no residents are coming up saying, no, this is going well. This is doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. So none of us are industry experts either. And so that we need to change something. And I don't know if it's, again, bringing Chief Wylam to a deputy chief position or something along those lines to bring in a new chief, or let the fire department rest finally in some capacity. So I don't know what that looks like, but we need to make a change.
How long is the procurement process?
If we got to go to an RFP, it's 30 days. I mean, and that's like we start tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, no, yeah.
Just building the timeline,
Yeah. Blanche?
All right.
Yeah, typically it is 30 days when you go it out, but, we're doing like we're doing with the investment advisor, but that's a request for quote, and it is under 50K. And at his request, we are going to bring it to council, but we're not required to do so. So I believe I was not here. That's probably what happened with acquiring the services of Gannon. It was under the 50K. It didn't have to come to council. I don't know if there were any discussions. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have that for the next.
Well, I think
council.
Commissioner Smith's point is, let's start tomorrow. Let's get the RFP out again, and
We have
need
to get a
vote on
scope of
that, right?
work.
Okay.
No, she has to bring it to
It
us.
takes time. Yeah, you have to get the scope of work.
Sure.
Everything all laid out.
Yeah.
Well, then let's just, obviously, I think that's the,
sure,
obviously,
absolutely.
easy, let's direct
But we
staff
can
that way. And
expedite the process.
and then I think too, thank you, Blanche. We need some metrics in place, and I don't know what those look like, and maybe Gannon, once they're in place, or whoever
Yeah.
is in place, can create those metrics that show, yes, Chief, you're right on track, and here's some things you can fix, or no, you're not on track, and we need to go a different direction. That is the conversation at some point that we need to look at. So nothing should be off the table, is my point.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Completely fine with that, yes. Any final comments? We do need the motion to approve the $20,000 for the
I think
traffic.
we did that.
I'll second that.
Second?
Yeah.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Becker, second by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. I think we're at council reports.
So, okay, so we are going forward with the
Yes.
RFP?
Yes.
Okay,
She's going to start on that, yes.
okay.
Okay. Commissioner Nesta, you want to start out?
Mine's short today. Just we've got the Philharmonic this weekend. Tables are still available. We're figuring out how to get whether to cooperate with us. But other than that, that's it.
Commissioner Smith,
All is well.
Commissioner Becker,
No, we've already discussed the most important issue in my mind.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Yeah, we had a list of things, but this was important to be read. I just kind of want to read it. We had a resident in the city of Apopka that had filed an ethics complaint against our city attorney, and he did respond to the resident's ethics complaint, and then the resident made a rebuttal to his response. And the resident actually emailed me, and I think she emailed all the commissioners and asked to be read, that the public be made aware that an ethics complaint was filed. A response was given by our city attorney. She has since written a rebuttal to his response, and that everything, all the complaints and the documents have been filed with the city clerk's office and may be requested through public records, or in person or via email.
Commissioner Velasquez, on March 10th, the Florida Bar dismissed the complaint as having no legal basis for the Florida Bar to take the matter into advisement or consideration. So the matter's been dismissed by the Florida Bar on March 10th.
Okay.
Anything else, Commissioner Velasquez?
Well, we have a couple of things going on. Again, Commissioner Nesta did say the symphony for this weekend. I just want to give a special thanks to Ms. Zita Stylick Ross, who is heading the Apopka International Jazz Festival, which will take place on March 25th. And she did send an invitation to each of the commissioners, and I want to thank her for extending that invitation to each of us. Also, I had attended the Farm Workers Conference on March 5th, and I just want to say thank you to Director Radley for making sure that everything went well for them at the Apopka City Center. They did send a very nice note to the VFW members to thank them for helping them and for making sure that everything went well for theirs. Music to My Mind, the Unity in Community Concert will be held Sunday, March 26th at 7:30. And this time around, the MC will be our Honorable Commissioner Nesta. So please put that on your calendar. That would be Sunday, March 26th, and it starts at 7:30. Let me see what else. Oh, okay. Mark your calendars for March 28th for a community meeting to discuss the South Apopka annexation. I will say this about that, is that I'm okay with March 28th. I wish I would have been asked before that. I had to change an appointment that I had that was important, like a root canal, which I did, but I changed it for March 30th. But I did see the Spectrum interview that was conducted with our mayor, and with Commissioner Alexander, and I think I had sent an email to Ms. Susan, because in that interview, Commissioner Alexander said that it would cost all the homeowners or the residents of City of Apopka another $14 more. And the mayor made a statement that it would cost $2 million in order to incorporate the South Apopka. And then Commissioner Alexander had said that it would cost all the taxpayers $14 more. That was part of the interview. So I asked, did we do a cost study?
No,
So
no.
where did we get those?
Well, 2 million is, both workshops we've talked about, 2 million is the cost of the operating cost minus the property taxes and a little bit of sales tax. So
And so where did $14 come from?
Commissioner Smith, did you?
What I did was I took the millage rate for the city and for the county, and I did it that way.
Okay. So now at the workshop, are we going to invite the county
Yes.
commissioner for District 2?
Yes, she's already been
Okay.
invited.
What, it's good that you brought it up because that came out at 4 o'clock today. What's the structure of that workshop going to be?
I was gonna do the same thing. I guess a lot of people said they couldn't get there because it was 4 to 6. I mean, if you've got something.
But it's, these workshops don't tend to be workshops. They tend to be a presentation and then it's a whole bunch of, I'm not going to represent people, but it's misinformation that's then causes a reaction to us for a reason. Again, I think it's more not necessarily going department by department to say, this is what would be required, this is what it would cost. It's more about the mechanics of this whole thing. You know, and you know, we got that from Michael on the intro, but really explaining what's going to happen. Like they're going to have to vote for this thing.
Right.
And so for them to understand, it's almost the front end of the meeting elicit why you're here. Why is Orange County, and again, this is, you know, I know that Commissioner Moore watches these, I'm speculating this is an example, but why is Orange County not satisfying the needs that I need as a resident? We haven't gotten the kind of the voice of the resident yet. And again, that goes back to the very original conversation we had, whether it's survey, whether it's moderated response, something that gets the right output from the people that are there and concerned about it. Because right now, the two workshops that we've had has just been very, I'm going to say stuff to you, and then you get a heated response back. I just don't think it's been productive in that format. I certainly want to have the conversation.
Well, it's my hope that at this workshop, I haven't seen the agenda, but I hope, it's my hope at this workshop, the city has already presented their platform and what they feel it's going to cost. So we don't really need to hear that again. I think now we need to hear from the residents as to what it is they expect of us.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Good. So how do you want to do it differently? I mean, we hadn't set the.
Well, I think like even if it's just informal, like the sign-in sheet should be just a quick heat check of, okay, you're here, are you a county resident? You saw this idea of annexation into the city. What prompted you to come here today? And have like 3 or 4 questions from a county perspective. Do you know who your representative is? Who is it? Have you tried to engage with your elected official and have been met with resistance? Why was that? Are you happy or dissatisfied with your county services? What are they? You know, these like 3 or 4 little tidbits of insights that we can glean to say, okay, are we on the right track? Do we need to reframe the messaging that happens within these workshops?
If you wish to work with administration, perhaps it's best to structure. We've already had 2 workshops that are the same. Perhaps it's best we structure as a town hall meeting, and then have it as kind of be a interaction where the folks can line up. You know, we set up 2. I don't want to make it seem like it's one of those like presidential candidate town hall meetings where folks line up, and now it's just we go in, or maybe we set those topics, prearrange the topics. Here's what's going to be discussed. be prepared to, if you want to ask that question, we'll do it that way so that we can change it instead of having the third exact carbon copy meeting. I mean, I can work with administration to have it structured that way, if you're satisfied with that.
All right, we'll put it together like that. Okay, good. All right.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Michael?
Briefly, we're going to be working with staff. We're kind of going to try to get ahead of the ball with this legislature is currently contemplating passing the statute to prohibit TikTok from being placed on governmental computers. And I want to be working with IT to try to establish the same policy for the city. And we're not treading this alone. Actually, state universities are trying to get ahead of the legislature as well in prohibiting the use of basically downloading the app or the program onto the government computers and government phones. We are not going to prohibit employees from having it on their personal phones or personal computers, but it's those tools, that hardware that's under the direct control of the city. So it'll probably see as an addendum or an amendment to the current IT policies, which we passed, was it almost 2 years ago that we passed the social media policies? So this will be an addition, but just wanted to update the council. That's one of the things we're looking at to kind of get ahead of the, and catch up with the legislature. It's probably something that's going to most likely be adopted by the legislature during this legislative session.
All right, thank you, Michael. Last, mayor's report. A couple of things. WCAVA, we know the Culinary Arts Program are going to Houston and looking for some funding. If anybody can help them so they can see if they can bring back the gold. The second year in a row, they've been able to make that. It's called the NASA Hunch Culinary Challenge. So they're in the top 10 now and hoping to bring back gold to the city of Apopka. We've got a couple projects that we've just completed. The Sheila Oak subdivision, the piping is complete. The only thing left to do is finishing the sidewalk and redoing the what asphalt needs to be redone there. But the actual piping, all that is completed. Rogers Road, the sidewalk is complete there. Just waiting, another one just kind of dressing up around the sidewalk. Next up, I serve on the Metro Plan Board, and we have the RAISE grant that we were looking for $16 million for the Apopka Coe road improvements, and got word now that Metro Plan now is going to cover our 20% match. So the $4 million that we were going to have to come out of pocket with, they're going to cover for us. So it's good to be on a board like that. And speaking of grants, we just completed as the last day to try to complete some grant opportunities. And so we put one in, another federal grant to try to replace the forced main, the sewer pipe from the Fran Carlton to the Cleveland Street, our Cleveland plant. It's 50, 60 years old. And so if we can get, we're looking for $4 million, it's a $5 million ask, and a $1 million of that will be our match. Community meeting we brought up Sunday, yes, the March 26th. Got that. Music Remind, the Philharmonic. It's this weekend, and it'll be kind of cool. It's superheroes, so you get to listen to all your superheroes music from Superman and from Batman and Spider-Man, and so should be a great concert. So we will see you all on Saturday. Thank you.
You too. Take care of that.
Yeah.